not just now. When TPLF was actually in power, he made it crystal clear in a video clip. Some of you probably would see. He was actually vilified. Where the Ethiopian people were told a different story about President Isaias Afwerki. He was, in fact, not for the disintegration of Ethiopia. He was saying actually it is in our best interest that Ethiopia to use the Assad port and the rest of it. But now, actually, when Isaias and it was Abiy's initiative, Prime Minister Abiy's initiative, when the two of them actually working together to use that port, and now the work is already underway. And the Prime Minister Abiy is also working actually with Southern Sudan and in Kenya. There is a big, massive project that's working. So that's not really well received or perceived or received by the Western hegemony. They are coming actually to attack us. Ahmed, I think you put it quite elegantly. If I may ask you, Ahmed, before you still stay there, if I may ask you, what is the role of AU, African Union? What is it doing? What should we expect actually at times like this? What do you think?
Thank you very much, my brother, for giving me again another opportunity to speak of this very important topic. EU is like the reason we start for the first time. Our great fathers or grandfathers, they are the one who was founders for this organization as African Unity. And the rule must be like speaking on the behalf of the continent. For example, like right now, they are doing a good for when it comes for the security or peacekeeping. They are doing a great job in many places like Somalia. They have like African Union forces who are doing for the peacekeeping. They have in South Sudan and Sudan border. They have like DRC and all that. But we are missing the rule of stepping up and says, the Western nations, well, this is the African issue. We should fix it as internal African issue. We the union of the whole continent. We the one who can make things, the way that's going to work for the African people. We are the one who has more knowledge about, how we can solve for this type of the problems. And they should like speak on the behalf of the whole African nation, not to sit back and watch. Go ahead.
Mike is...
Carry on, brother. Carry on, Ahmed. Just carry on.
Okay. Now, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Unless otherwise, actually, we allow you. Please, the rest of you, please don't. Okay. All right. Ahmed Ali, and then we are gonna give actually to Ahmed next. Okay. For Ahmed Ali, carry on.
One second. Let me interject.
Okay.
Professor Ahmed is not keen on using the technology of the Twitter. That's why I was leading him to turn his mic on, because he didn't have the permission on to turn the mic on his phone. And now he's with us. I think you can see him there. Anyway, we'll lead him through. Sorry for the interruption, though.
Not at all. Not at all, dear Twitter. I think we're gonna give actually to Professor Ahmed. I think we will largely actually benefit from his intervention. He is historical background, the rest of it. It's not just an emotional appeal, but out of knowledge and competence that we're gonna hear actually from him. Let the other Ahmed actually finishes. We are actually full of brilliant Ahmeds here. Ahmed Ali on African Union. If you just wrap it up, we'll go to Professor Ahmed, and then after that to Benson. Right? Okay. Ahmed Ali, finish off. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. I just want to add quick before I go back to my topic. Next time I want to invite for former Foreign Minister of Somalia, Dr. Ismail Hurre Buba, who speak last time with the Oromo Oromo media, the English part he speak, and he emphasized it very well. I hope next time if we can work together to invite that. He's a professor and also a scholar. And he was a foreign minister for a while. He has a great knowledge about, what's going on in the Horn of Africa. I hope next time I will invite him to come and speak to us. I will go back to my topic about African Union. Is the time for them to do a reform, because we don't want to see them just sitting there for nothing to do, because what's happening to the continent, like for example today in Somalia, that leadership of African Union we are missing. We have seen, like the British ambassador to Somalia giving order to the president, which is like very surprised, like they send in like tweet, like American special envoy for Africa, just giving like the order for the president, says, warning, you should do this, we're not in that level right now, because we have a strong leader who is not listening, whatever, want to neo-colonialism, whatever they want to dictate. We're missing for the African Union. It's the time for them to work up. African Union, they are in the center of Addis, which is, the mother of the whole African continent. And as a young leaders, those of us, who is advocating for the unity of Africa or the Greater Horn, we should start up on some type of no more movement that's, we can just to correct for the African Union and to make them wake up. I hope, that we can come up with that kind, Thank you very much. I'll give the mic to the Professor Ahmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed Ali. We were expecting our brother, Professor Suleiman, in the next meeting. We'll send you, the Twitter actually will send you the invite. We have had Professor Shafiq from Ministry of Foreign Affairs a number of times, and then some scholars, Khalid and the rest of them from the university. So that would be great addition. So mic to Professor Ahmed.
Thank you very much. One has to go back to history and justify our existence. Africa is a mother of everyone, and so we have to start from Africa and come to the Horn. And Africa has gone through lots of ordeals, as you recall, from slavery, colonization, and now neo-colony. These are all our ordeals that we have to handle properly. Now Africa is arising, and I hope the youth should do something about it. We cannot go anywhere anymore. We are more than 1.34 billion, and we cannot send our youth to any part of the world. Enough is enough. They are not going to accept us. That is hard fact reality. Africa is rich, and so it's a wake call now. I think no more is a real warning call for all youth in Africa to realize their resources. Basically, our curse is our resources. So if we know our resource, we can fight for our resource. The problem now is political angle only. We have to come to our sense and realize the richness of Africa. If we properly understand the richness of Africa, then we can defend it, not only leaving it to our leaders who are aligning with the West. We have to share our responsibilities in protecting our resources to survive. So if we know the basic principles of survival, then we can win the day. As it is, they have the upper hand because of technology, and they were exploiting us for centuries, and we are dividing us to pieces. Say if you go back to Berlin Conference 1884, they divided Africa, and now they are trying to divide us within. It's not enough for them to have only 54 countries, but at least they are looking for more little pieces. So if we allow them to give them room to divide us more than what they have already done, we can't exist. So it's high time. It's for just survival that we have to come together. Coming back to the Horn is extremely strategic position in world history, as you recall, from the start up to now. It's a strong, one could say, bridge of different civilizations. It has its own civilization per se, but at least it also hosts the whole world's civilization because it's a highway through centuries. The Red Sea and the Indian Ocean extremely are important Suez, and we cannot leave it aside. Our one could consider the West, could we call them enemies, or I don't know. As with humanity, we have to share the resources of Almighty, but at least the sharing aspect has to be refined. So the Red Sea and Indian Ocean is creating the real problem for the Horn of Africa. Besides our resources, Somalia until recently used to be poor, assumed to be poor country. In fact, the British were saying that we are not surviving in this hot desert, just only to keep our Eden army feeding with them with ships. That was their interest, just providing ship and goat to the garrison in Eden. Otherwise, they were not interested. The Italians were, but because they didn't have any space outside their country, and so they were uh, uh, extremely greedy when it comes to occupying lands in Africa, and they were able to occupy part of Somalia, part of Ethiopia, Eritrea, and part of Libya. These are the areas for the Italians, and so they were keeping up a press to confuse us with division, with internal divisions for the last 100 years after the Adwa Battle of Adwa. So they were playing their games. Then, for us, we experienced the Second World War. As you recall, that the fascist invasion tried again. They lost the game, and we were left with a neo-colony of United States. And so they were maneuvering this area for the last 60 years, one could say. Coming back to Ramses' worry, the Horn attracted civilizations besides religious, world religious movements, like from we have literally major ones in the Horn. We peacefully accepted the Jews, and they at least they survived with us, though they're leaving us unfortunately now. And Christianity, from the start, introduced to Ethiopia with Islam, as you recall, before reaching Medina, it was here in the Horn. So we hosted the three religions peacefully, and now we are not going to utilize them for political end by any means. We have to fight for it. They came peacefully. They integrated with the country, with the continent, especially with the Horn of Africa, and synchronistically they are absorbed by the local belief system and religious practices, and so they are part and parcel of our way of life. So we are, if Ramses' assertion is right, if the TPLF is trying to utilize religion to allure the Arab world, is extremely wrong, because the whole country, the whole continent, I mean the whole region cannot accept monopolizing religion. Back to Aksum, we see what they are doing in Aksum, and the realities of the Muslims are extremely abject condition, and so they were not able to have their mosques up to now, and so they cannot claim Islam as rallying point of their peace mission of accepting the refugees in early days. So it's high time that we have to bar them utilizing religion for political end. We have to live religion peacefully for the believers. So the youth, as you have already started your movement, you have to keep it up, and we have to shout no more meddling with religious affairs of any country or any individual. I mean, religion is extremely private and individual domain. You cannot utilize it for political mobilization. If you do that, then we end up with a real mess. So we don't allow them to utilize. I hope the world is not full to accept their position, and I'm not worried much because every researchers who are coming to Ethiopia envies how we are coexisting with different aspects of our religious practices. And so we might have glitches here and there, natural, mainly with power, with resource management, but not religious per se, because it is extremely soft area. One could accept any religion anytime in his or her life, and could change from one to the other without losing the cultural environment. And so religion was not an issue as such up to now. We have problem with administration. Definitely, we have to rectify that. We have problem with the justice system. They have to rectify that, and we have other issues of economic nature. But religion, as such, I'm talking of the social base analysis, and we don't see any problem with the communities all over the horn when it comes to religion. Political aspect of it, we have it here and there. In Somalia, as Brother Ahmed was mentioning, mainly we know the last 30 years was what the unipolar American hegemony was using in the Muslim world. You know, you go back to Clash of Civilizations, they were looking for enemies after the weakening of Russian Empire, one could say. So they were hunting for enemy, and they created Islam as their enemy, and they are fighting for the last 30 years without any success, because Islam is peaceful and we are not against anyone's belief system. And so when it comes to what we are observing, groups here and there labeling Islam, they don't by any standard measure to Islamic principles. So these groups could have their own grudges, they could have their own political motives, but it is not Islamic. One could analyze their way of thinking and their track records up to now, and see to it with the Islamic history of the last 1,400, and we go back to the sources, and we don't see any enmity of other religions in Islamic states. In fact, up to now, when Muslims were running major areas of the world, they were praised for their justice. At least you could go back to history and justify through the Christian existence in Middle East. They prefer Muslims rather than the Romans, and the Roman Christians. They were Christians. The Arabs or the Middle Easterns were Christians, but at least they were against the Roman occupation. When the Muslims who were at least expanding their areas and administrating these areas, they were extremely happy. The same thing repeated when the Ottoman Empire expanded most of the Middle East and part of Europe. They had their own bad days, but at least overall, not religious, administrative problems here and there, but at least they were fair for different religious groups. And so Islam handled all over the last 1,400 years with peace, at least accommodating the interest of different religious groups. And it is enshrined in the text, the Quran states it that we don't have any interference of anyone's religion. And so that is a bottom line principles that we have to follow. So we at least advise our friends, TPLFs, not to meddle with religious aspect when it comes to their political machinations. When it comes to the West, we have to look for what's their interest. Insulting them is not enough. They are after our resources. Say like Brother Ahmed was talking about Greater Somalia. As you recall, it was created because of the resource in Ogaden. The British were considering that Ogaden might be rich with oil. Still it is, but at least the last 6 years it was hidden for whatever reason. And they created this Greater Somalia concept to justify and stay there and control the oil resource. But the Americans kicked them off. And now again, we are, after 70 years, we are in the same situation. The problem is the resource. Ethiopia is becoming rich with gold, with oil, with natural gas, with uranium, I mentioned them all. Somalia is also rich with that. It's not the political element that the three countries, Egypt, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, are becoming thorns to the West, but at least the resource is what they are looking for. And so the youth should protect this resource, not only the political elites, but at least the resource should wake up and utilize this resource, because we cannot go anywhere. You can't be refugees anywhere. No one is going to accept you. It's done deal. There is no room. We can see, absorbed, I don't know how many of our youth from West Africa, East Africa, we cannot afford anymore sending our youth to be swallowed by the big desert and seas. And so we have to fight it here. To start our fight, we have to start, as already the slogan is ready for us, we have to create philosophy for no more. It's not only slogan, we have to create these principles and philosophies to galvanize the whole youth of Africa. It's become a rallying point.
I think actually we have lost Professor Ahmed for the time being. I think it's a connection problem. I take it's a connection problem. Whenever he comes back, actually, your tutor, if you just DM him or contact him, that we can give him actually the time to finish off actually what he has started, in fact, went through. I think it's very enlightening as far as I'm concerned, to be honest with you, going as back as actually the Berlin Conference, where they did the scramble of Africa in the manner actually they did, and then what we see now, the demarcation were made by the Western hegemony, and in fact, that's the way it is. Now I think it's quite mesmerizing, and then a true fact from Professor Ahmed was, as if that's not enough, they want even to dissect that dissect us into clans and ethnic groups, further ethnic groups. So the 21st century is even harsher than actually the Berlin Conference. So he has touched upon how it's not just simply religious tolerance in the Horn of Africa, but we live side by side without having actually any issues at all for centuries and centuries. He's absolutely right. I'm a testimony, to be honest with you. I grew up in that environment, and it's just respect. It's not just kind of all people say tolerate me. It's not just a matter of tolerance, but we lived side by side without having actually any animosities per se. It is, but the TPLF, that's why indiscriminately they're destroying actually the monasteries and masjids and the rest of them. So that's quite barbaric act of, in fact, crime. On the issue of why are they here, professor actually said there is an economic interest here. They are after actually our resources ultimately. So disunite us and then work actually with those who are puppets, whose arm can be twisted very easily, and after that actually they just simply plunder the resources as they wish. So when some leaders actually stand up for their people and then say that's no, and then actually that they come actually with their big sticks. So professor has really gone through the history of it, how it came about, what it is now, and then in fact actually he's mentioned that how many of our young, because of this political mishmash here, supported by the Western, on their way actually to Europe and the rest of it, that they were actually perished in the deserts of, sub-Sahara, Sahara and the rest of it, and the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean and the rest of it. Why? Why should we actually, why should we go leaving our country because of actually the problem it was created by the Western hegemony in the first place? So these are the things actually which I have taken from Professor Ahmed's, input, and then I'll move on. In terms of the practical aspect, those of you, I think Benson, the next speaker, actually probably will tell you. Ahmed Ali from Somalia, I'll put you in our Telegram group where we are working actually behind the screen to galvanize the work of Africa. All together, all African countries will be represented there, and then we will have actually a bigger than what Professor Ahmed has said is quite right, because the normal movement as it is really very influential. Yet again, it has to have actually a structure. That's exactly actually what we're trying to do to support the sustenance of that particular movement. Benson, the mic is yours, brother.
All right, thank you very much, and good morning or good evening to everyone. Yeah, this is interesting moment again to discuss what's the matter to Africans and to African continent. Basically, everyone is right. So what we should be probably focus on and go deeper and deeper, and probably, as you said, those who are willing to join the group and talk about, for example, education, what is going on Africa, and what is the youth on African continent is learning. Some of us live and work in these Western countries. You see how technology is moving fast. And what saddens me is how all these technologies, these telephones, these computers, these electric cars, all these tech related products we see, we use, the West needs, the raw material comes from where? Mostly from Africa. What if we do really have education on African continent? If we do really have engineers on African continent, what have we been learning? Do we even understand what it means to have gold in Congo? What does it mean? What have we been learning in schools? And what should we leave to our kids? In America, there are all these cars that are self-driven, driverless cars, pilotless planes. Do we even understand what it means? Do we see it as a threat? So we should probably find, let's say, education. Where are we? What, like you asked, where is the African Union? What do they do? Do they have a department focusing on these issues? If you don't know, if I don't know, if many of us don't know, this means they're failing. We are educated. We speak so many languages. We live in different parts of the world. If we don't know what the African Union is doing about education, what's the role on like technology? What are they educating our kids? Do we know what is going on? If we do, how far? Because if we don't know, the West knows. That's why we are seeing what we see today in Ethiopia. They want to use those who are low-minded people, like the TPLF. And not all Tigrayan people are abiding with what is going on with the TPLF. It's just the elites. They will find elite people here and there. They will give them a bigger gun to go and shoot their neighbors just based on ethnic lines. And that's the weakness. When we say no more, we should also say to ourselves, no more on conflicts based on ethnicity. These are the low value of who we are. It is so bizarre to see someone saying Oromo person is killed, and we are rushing to explain why this person should die or should be killed. It doesn't make sense for anyone to think it's okay for a Tigrayan innocent person die because who he or she is. So when we say no more to the neocolonialism on the African continent, we should also take courage to say no more on violence based on ethnic lines. So when we say no more to the elites of these corrupt people on African continent, we should identify them and again question the African Union. What do they do, for example, on African land management? Because if Africans don't know, the West knows. That's why they are rushing on each and every individual countries, corrupting those people and grabbing land on Africa. They know what is underground that land. We don't know. We have no clue. And yet we say we have universities. What is going on with our education? Again, education is one of the keys to unlock what is going on. Even us who are out of the African continent, who work and live in these Western countries, we are not that smart either. Some of us are fighting on social media saying, oh, Ethiopia did this to Somalis, the Somalis did this to that. There we go. They see we are weak, and yet we claim we are educated. So let's every one of us have reflection, say, when we say no more, what does it mean? I will always say, we can't let no more movement die down. And it's a crucial role to each and everyone. Even when you come on social media, you vent, you anger yourself. But probably in the end, you will know that every human life is precious and it should be protected. So talking about the UN involvement on Africa and the superpower, many of us are old enough to read and connect the dots. When you see, for example, who is the UN, who is the US representative at the UN, Ambassador Linda. Read about her. What did she say? Everything is online. Let's take courage and read and try to understand. Because when we understand, we will know how to act going forward. I give example to the current US ambassador to UN, because I have been reading this story about Rwanda, for example. We all know Rwanda about this genocide. She happened to be in Rwanda. She was a US diplomat back then, 1994. So she is familiar with what happened in Rwanda. Many reports today are coming out showing a different picture. And they know. And we are learning that whatever happened in Rwanda, it is still a kind of a model that is applied to Ethiopia today. If we fail to understand what happened in Rwanda, we will fail what is happening in Ethiopia. Because when we connect the dot, let's see what, for example, Ambassador Linda Johnson said on the situation of Rwanda. Now, I hope to see you are recording, because I will claim this because I have trouble to understand how on Rwanda situation, for example, where they supported the elite, people identified as a Tutsi, they invaded Rwanda 1990s, and the current president, Paul Kagame, was in a military school here in the US. This was under Clinton administration. And many people in the US, they supported this labor movement. And you would understand that the labor movement wouldn't have captured power without help from the West. They are prepared to use any means. They will corrupt media. We will scream. They will not understand. But what is a fact with normal movement is what I see on social media, is what I read in newspaper, is how the movement is galvanized to continue and move forward. Are you guys listening?
Yes, we're listening. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. So anyway, I won't be long, but we have so many things to talk about.
Yes. Thank you
We
very
have
much.
to, yeah. So let's keep moving. Thank you.
If you bring it through, okay. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. I think two more important points that I have taken actually from your input. You are in fact part of actually that working group, but I know one of the things which really resonate, I should have actually added to my list of things in that activities, coming actually from university background myself and education background, I should have added, because I have said it time and time again, the way our kids, the way we have been actually shaped up in schools, that has actually a ramification. We have been taught about the Western history, and not enough of actually African history. We have been actually, denied of that. So the curriculum has to really change, and we have to make actually impact on that. You're absolutely right. I think that's the point I really take to my heart, Brother Benson. And in our internal discussion, actually, I'm sure actually you will raise it, elaborate on it, and then we'll see how we can really make an impact, approaching actually the various leaders actually in Africa as a strategy. So I'm moving on actually to another speaker. Samacher has been actually waiting there. Could you please actually take the mic and then maybe say your piece? If we restrict ourselves to the 3 minutes, guidelines, that would really help. Samacher.
Thank you so much. my brother Tez, the co-host, and also the co-host. Thank you so much, City. Thank you so much, everyone else in this space. It's your brother Samantha from Djibouti, a Somali national, based in London. We know that lately, the past few decades, the European were playing a big game using stooge such as the TPLF and also Ismail Omar Guelleh for the past 4 decades. And lately, we know that we've in Djibouti we have the IGAD. What shocked them the most is the tripartite that's happened past couple of years in with the Ethiopian prime ministers, the Somali president from Ajo, and also the Eritrean president. So that shocked them the most because what they wanted was to still colonize the Horn in a way in which was good for them, gain the resources. We know our coastline in Somalia, we've got a lot of natural resources and others such as the fish, minerals, energy in Ethiopia, which they supply 80% or 90% of Djibouti population, and also Ethiopia get a lot of their goods through Djibouti. So it was shock for them that those three have got a good relationship going on, because what they did was to create a kind of a toxic conversation, and we knew that Somalia, TPLF ruled Somalia before for Majo, so it was a shock for them. But at the moment, they still struggling, so we need to keep up the fight and kind of like resist and move forward. So thank you for inviting me for your space, Tez. I'll be here listening and learning, and also taking note. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Samater. And it's probably actually the very first from Djibouti, although actually you're on a Somalian origin. Now, I have sent you a link. Please click on it and join actually the other group. We needed actually, definitely, we needed actually someone actually from Djibouti. You're absolutely correct. The economic ties between Ethiopia and, in fact, actually the water is actually flowing to Djibouti from Ethiopia, as you know. But also actually that there's still a plan actually for electricity to go to Djibouti. We are all actually tied in. I can see actually you have already Samantha joined actually the Telegram. Thank you very much for doing so. We're going to share actually how to strategize this and take it further. So your input is much appreciated. I'm going to give actually the mic now to our brother AB Wagi. He's actually from Western Africa, so he's part of actually the Telegram group as well. Wagi, what's your take on this one, brother? AB Wagi, are you there? Okay, until actually he comes back, let me give actually the mic to Ayala. Ayala, 3 minutes, please. Can you hear me? Can those of you hear me? Could you show your hands, put 100 or whatever?
I do hear you. I
okay.
think.
Okay, thank you, Siti. It's great. But in the meantime, actually, Siti, you have not had actually the chance to speak earlier on. May I give you actually the opportunity to say a few words until actually we organize the rest. The next one, if he has actually the mic, the time, it will be AB Wagish followed by Ayala. And then I believe actually Professor Ahmed is back here, and we'll give him actually time because there's always a connection problem. I'll give him a priority. Thank you. Siti, do you have actually anything to say before I give the mic to Professor Ahmed?
Hi, Tess. Hi, everyone. Good evening. It's here. It's evening. I don't know where you are. I'm in Switzerland. I think Tess, I prefer to learn because there are a lot of people who has a lot to contribute. So I'm here to help and listen and learn. Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Just to interject as a housekeeping, what we need to do is that to avoid the connection problems and so forth, if somebody has spoken and if they've received their 3 minutes, I would request, or I would politely ask them to go ahead and put in the listening mode. Anytime they want to come back and speak, just raise your hands up, and we will be there for you, or DM us. Anybody have spoken, please go into a listening mode. At the same time, we would like you to look up the links up there that have been pinned, and to look them up and tweet them or retweet them, and get some information back and forth. And I appreciate that. Mike Yield, thank you.
Thank you very much, Twitter. Very able co-hostess, to be honest with you. So I have pinned a couple of my tweets. Please actually have a look at them. Now, I think the next speakers maybe is Professor Ahmed. He didn't finish what he started off. I think I tried actually to sum up. Professor, actually, you take your minutes and then wrap it up. Thank you very much. It was really great to hear from you, brother.
Well, I just want to remind you about the Horn the last 3 decades. The Horn is scattered into pieces. First Ethiopia and Eritrea, and then Somalia broke into, I don't know, 5 or 6 places. And then we tore Sudan. Still we are trying to tear it more. So the Horn is in a dilemma. If the youth is not strong enough to tell us no more, to tell to the world no more, I'll just remind you about small incident when Lewis, when he was interviewed when Somalia was torn to pieces, the reporter was asking him, "Are we going to send 3 ambassadors to these 3 countries or to 3 pieces of land?" Well, the answer was, simple and quick. He said, "No, we don't, because we don't need ambassadors to bother us there. We have enough NGOs to do our duties there." And so they relegated it to NGOs, to meddle into our affairs. They are doing it now in Ethiopia, the whole lots of them. So it's well, when it comes to AU, we have to be at least a bit positive. The last 60 years we had, I don't know, 60 or 70 coup d'etats, and they say no more coup d'etats, and so you cannot take power by coup d'etat. What we are observing in Ethiopia is more or less similar to coup d'etat, because they want to come back to power by force. So it's an extension of coup d'etat, and I hope AU will ratify an agreement in a month or 2, that they cannot accept any more forceful assertion of power. So there might be one leading position. When it comes to education, there are some efforts here and there in AU. I don't know details about it, but 2063, Agenda 2063 should be also considered now. We have to refine it. Probably there are lots of good ideas in it, but at least implementing it might be a problem. And so the youth, with your discussion groups, you can mature it for its implementation. So if you take it now, almost 10 years, and the remaining 40 years should be actively engaged time for all of us. We have to create critical mass. Without critical mass, we cannot. Humanity is endowed with thinking capacity. Education is strengthening our thinking capacity. If we focus whatever that we have and create critical mass in different aspects of our needs, I hope within the coming 5-10 years will surpass most of our problems. But at least we have to start the struggle now, creating these critical masses here and there in different groups could consider education as their starting point and look for it, how to educate African youth, how to understand the resource of Africa. We don't understand the resource of Africa. That's our weaknesses. So you can start with KG students, to realize their surroundings. So if they correlate themselves with their surroundings, with the resources, it's a matter of realizing the energy through time. But if they don't, if you are talking about Western civilization, Western way of life, we are not talking about technology. Technology, we share it, at least with sweat and blood, we created Western civilization. Our slave brothers and sisters, with their sweat and blood, they made the West rich. So the starting point is labor. So we have enough labor now. So organizing our labor force properly is a major target. If the youth is going to be thinking how to survive in his surrounding, there are ways and means to live better life here rather than going to be enslaved anywhere in the world. So we have to, you are on the right track, I hope. At least discussion has to go on, and we have to have ideals, goals that we have to achieve. Consider the 2063 as a starting point and rally surrounding AU, the youth. If the youth going to engulf AU, I hope they will raise up their voices. Now, some of them probably lost track because they are engaged with just routine bureaucratic duties and without having greater vision of our problem and solution to it. So if we feed them with more ideas, more problem solving solutions, I hope they will react. We cannot condemn them because they have to lead. To lead, we have to support them. So if we link this properly, I hope within the coming 5-10 years, we'll see miracles in Africa. I better stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed. I think you have spoken out of experience, knowledge. And for those of you who don't know Professor Ahmed, he's a retired academic with a strong inclination into peace movement. Particularly, I'm quite keen actually that to have him here, both in his capacity as an academic, but also, in fact, a member of the Elders Council and the Peace and Reconciliation Commission of Ethiopia, and a well-respected personality, as you could tell actually from his credential, one for one actually to be considered in that the elders at a national level for peace and but with having actually a solid academic background. Professor, if you don't mind, actually, if you I will follow you, and if you follow me, and there is a webinar we are going to organize, I think, on the subject that you have touched in terms of the history of the Horn of Africa, that we need actually someone of your caliber and experience that would come actually and speak on this particular subject. So thank you very much again actually for giving the time and then to come and just join us. Now at the mic, I will give the mic to Ayala. No, before Ayala, if I can give actually this for AB Wagash. Are you still there, brother?
Yes. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Carry on, brother.
Yes. I just wanted to just briefly contribute to the topic. But what I've been hearing is, interventions and the AU. But with the intervention, I think, these we have these agencies, from within that are, our own people that the West can easily, oftentimes manipulate to do their dirty work. So, I don't know if we need to seriously look into how best we can unite our people, from within, before we, because it's always these fragmentations that are compromising the continent. Because if they're going to intervene within our sovereign states, they need certain elements within that state to be able to manipulate. And that, I think one of the mechanisms that is needed is the idea of unity. All these stakeholders within our respective countries, need to be given attention, especially, these minorities. Now you're going to have individuals that are just going to be thugs and, just bad people that are willing to sell their countries. But I think looking at the bigger picture, we have to really take these things seriously, especially smaller groups or groups that are just there within us, and they feel marginalized and, can be easily manipulated from outside. The idea of having fragmentation, I don't think it's exclusively, an African thing. Yeah, we have a lot of ethnicities and tribes and religions, but the same goes to the West also, like I was saying the last time. But when you have a terrorist attack in this country, irrespective of, your ideology, if you're a Republican or a Democrat in the US, or if you're a conservative or someone from Labour in the UK, they all come together and stand against any kind of outside threat. And that's, we need to implement this same mindset. We can have our differences on the continent, but when it comes to an outside force trying to manipulate us or try to intervene with our sovereign states, we need to come together. And by coming together, we need to be on the same platform. With respect to the AU, I think, Obeng was talking about that on a different space last week. You know, where we don't have the funding. I believe it's 32%, of member states, on the continent that are, they're even struggling. 50% of that 32% do not even pay their yearly contribution to the AU. The rest of this money, is coming from outside the US, the EU, and they're sponsoring the AU. So what do we expect, with the AU when we need their help and someone else from outside is funding these things? It doesn't matter. Even if we recycle the whole AU and put in new young people and bright minds, what are the likelihood that they're gonna be truthful to the idea of Pan Africanism? They most likely will be compromised because of these funding issues. So I think that's our biggest problem with the AU. The money is not coming from the continent. It's being funded by these same Western states, and we tend to be very shocked or surprised when the AU is muted and cannot do much. But it's the idea is very straightforward. Is the remedy is there also. The fundings are coming from outside, and if we don't fix these issues, there's still going to be the same problem we're going to be dealing with for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother Wagi, AB Wagi, as always, actually very to the point, and then quite sharp in tandem with actually Professor Ahmed. So you particularly actually your focus at the time of like this, internal rifts and the rest of it should give way, in fact, to unity. I totally agree with you. And the second thing is when it comes to the African Union, we have to have another way of organizing it because as I said a few in few spaces, 32% of in fact funding last time it is $625 million actually came from the United States of America, and the rest also actually comes from other European countries. What do you expect? Therefore, Africa, if Sankara's saying actually goes by, and he said he feeds you, who feeds you controls you, he who funds you controls you, comes so there is no free lunch. So there shouldn't be any string attached, whether it is the West or the East. We need to find actually a way to come out of these shackles and then organize ourselves as EU. But what Professor Ahmed has said quite rightly, I agree with him, is right. Whatever we do, discuss it, pledge, and act. When you give them, it's not actually a shake-up. When you give them actually brightest and sharp ideas collectively, not individually, collectively, they have no choice but that they have to listen and then change. In fact, African unity is the way it works, because we're not satisfied. I have never come up with anybody who's satisfied actually with African Union. At the time of crisis, whether it is in Horn of Africa or elsewhere, where is actually you always ask, well, we have actually a union, but is that union actually working? And why? We know actually the reasons behind. But absolutely, funding plus, in fact, actually giving sharper ideas probably actually would help as a group. Thank you very much for your contribution. And let me remind you, there are pins actually up there. Bezi, as always, actually, Bez has really pinned. And I'm sure actually the co-hostess actually will read out that. I don't know, Haile actually came and then he left, but that is your Twitter actually would introduce that. In the meantime, we need to follow. I have put two, and then your Twitter also, the co-host actually put one, which we had actually discussion. So in the meantime, whilst you are, in the space taking part, please make sure that the pinned, ideas are there actually, is particularly the tweeting aspect. I want you actually to tweet and do that diligently. The other things I just wanted to say is, for us to communicate each other pretty well on the space, or Twitter for that matter, for you to take amplification and the rest of it, we have to follow each other and make sure that you do that. Particularly when it comes to the Telegram, it's not for general purposes. Selected people actually will go in. Therefore, if you DM me on follow, then we can send you the Telegram link so that you can really join straight without having any difficulties. Having said that, let me move on to the next speaker. One Africa, the mic is yours, brother.
Thank you very much, Tess. And I always appreciate, obviously, the outstanding topics that you bring to us, and of course inviting Islamic academics and those who are very knowledgeable in this subject to share some of their wisdom with us. I think that's very important, that we have such rooms that is educational and also awareness is being spread, and what the future is for Africa is definitely a discussion that involves every African, to be honest. And just looking at the topic, and I thought I should share my thought. When we're looking at Western hegemony, and of course where AU is, in my opinion, obviously, when AU was created in the first place, it was created for a very good cause, which is to stand for Africa, to progress Africa to a more prosperous, to a more safe, to a more united front. And of course, the people who were involved in it initially, had believed in this dream and worked tirelessly to get it somewhere. And I think in some points, AU has served its purpose, but where is it now? I think it's a little bit complex to understand what's happened to AU and whether it still stands for what it initially was, with the initial plans. From my observation, I think currently AU has evolved, but it evolved not into achieving the initial dreams of those who created it, but I think it's been diluted with an idea of how an organization like this should be run in the 21st century. And like the UN, which is its father in a sense, the way these organizations are being run, I mean, institutions, to be honest, but they're being run like a profit organizations now. They're profit organizations. I mean, AU's, in my opinion, is to some extent it's a profit organization, but it's also a tool for external external countries' intelligence. It provides intelligence of Africa to outer nations. And it is a tool for, to, knowingly or not knowingly, it is providing means of exploitation of Africa to foreign countries. That's what I think it's happening now, and I don't think to the extent that AU should be standing for protecting Africa, it's not. I think the gates of Africa, where what AU should have been, is a broken gate, and it definitely needs fixing. But one of my brother earlier, AB, mentioned something that I completely agree with. I don't think it's easy for us. I mean, no matter how much we discuss now to change AU from the top, it is being run with people who have intentions, or to the way AU has become now. They are running it in their own way. And even having this conversation with them now, they probably don't think they're doing bad thing for Africa. I think they, in their own way, they probably believe that they're serving a good purpose. I don't think we can change them, but I think we need to sort of bring it back to basics. And what I think when I say bring it back to basics is our governments, for instance, our governments are not, though, they shouldn't have the power to tell us how we're supposed to be run, because a government is, at the end of the day, a representative of the people. So it's the wish and the voice of the people that needs to be applied. The government is just a tool that is basically a successor of what the people's needs are, and we need to get that power back. When Malcolm X said power to the people, he didn't say that for no reason. It's because it was a broken system that we live in, where the power is within the few in those powerful places. And in one way or another, knowingly or being programmed not to understand what's happening right in front of us, we are being manipulated, we are being abused, we are being taken advantage of, and we're being exploited. And a lot of the times we never knew, but now obviously we have tools like this to communicate, and have some knowledgeable people like Tess and all of this amazing people who are on this chat room, shedding light on the truth. And from that truth, we learn that if we come together as people and really voice ourselves in the way things are happening now is not working for us. And as a government, you are supposed to represent us, and we will push you to the limit to represent us rightly so. And once we sort that out, as AB said, if we sort out the way things are run and on a domestic level, then it is, and if that spreads across all other African nations, AU is a representation of these nations. And if it's not representing the interest of these nations, then it has to be changed. A revolution will come across. So just to finalize my point, I think I love what's happening now. I think, a decade ago, we never had a tool like this, where a lot of us Africans from everywhere, across the world, to communicate in one space, and it's a live conversation, and amazing things are being said. And this is such an amazing tool that we have now, and we have to use it to the full advantage to create revolutions. And I trust that we can, but it has to start from the people, because that's where the power surely should exist and should be at, and the government should follow that thereafter. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Tess.
Thank you, brother One Africa. As usual, actually cleverly observant and very clinical in finishing as well, and that's good. People who are attending, they have to listen carefully and then patch the gap where there are actually dots to connect. When they are trying to connect, that makes sense. So yeah, I totally agree with you. Bringing people like Professor Ahmed here with an extensive experience, a retired academy, but high level a peace movement leader, an elder actually and well respected actually in Ethiopia. We learn quite a lot actually by bringing actually people like that. So you have been actually following. You're absolutely right in terms of sharing the views of our brother Abi Wagi from West Africa. Now, from from an Ethiopian Brit African, in fact, to let me take you to that's Brit to a Somali American but African Hussein. So Hussein, mic is yours, brother.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have been listening this discussion for a while. I liked how Professor Ahmed, talk about the Horn of Africa and the history and the coexistence between religions in Ethiopia. I agree with that. There were no problems between religious groups in Ethiopia, but the problem was the government. The different governments that ruled Ethiopia. So some of them, as mentioned, they allied with the West, uh, particularly in the recent history. TPLF was, the gatekeeper of West in Horn of Africa, and that's why Somalia was been in this situation for about 30 years. If we talk about destabilization, civil wars, divisions among people, Somalia is really a very experienced country. Uh, so I agree most of what he said. Many people they mention African Union. I can add also IGAD. IGAD became a tool for IGAD for TPLF government to manipulate Horn of Africa or East Africa. It is IGAD that was used to destabilize Somalia, Eritrea, and it is the tool that they use to do whatever the Western countries want to do in Horn of Africa. So I agree with the people who talk about AU and regional organizations like IGAD, who because the West funded these organizations. African countries don't want to contribute to their organizations so that they act independently. They just ask funding from the West, and they do whatever Western countries want to do. So we don't expect anything good from those organizations. The other thing I want to mention, which is very important, and it's a main part of contributing destabilization is in the Africa and Horn of Africa, is that Western countries, when they wanted to influence their ideas in one country, they talk to neighboring one. Like recently, 2 days ago, you had U.S. Secretary of State tweeted that he talked to Uhuru Kenyatta through phone and about Ethiopia and Somalia. In Ethiopia, he said he talked to him about the worsening situation in Ethiopia, and it is clear that Ethiopia is in a good situation in the last couple of years. Now the war is, it's not as big as it was before. The government won the war, and they did not even went to Tigrayan region so that there must not be more bloodshed. So they stopped the war. They just wanted to solve the problems with through dialogue. But now he's saying that he talked to Uhuru Kenyatta about the worsening situation in Ethiopia. And then he is just proud of, Uhuru Kenyatta is proud of that a foreign country minister called him about his neighbor's situation. Instead of saying, no, that is their own problem. They will solve their problem, that he's just happy with that. He also said he talked about Somali's elections. The election should be internal issue. He must say that he was supposed to say, okay, this is an election of another country. You cannot talk to me about it. Then he's saying, okay, he's happy with that. So unless that stops and other African countries stop to reject it for others to use them to destabilize or interfere other countries' internal affairs, then this situation will be like it is now. I am very happy that the youth and other people in Africa are woke up now. No more campaign is everywhere. Hand is off. Somalia now is trending, and I am very delighted that other Horn African and other African countries are with Somalia to help become real independent again. To be brief, now after Ethiopia, when they lose the war in Ethiopia and the propaganda, now every Western media and Western ministries are turned back to Somalia. Last 48 hours, we have seen many Western embassies and ministries for Africa were talking about Somali's president. They were saying that we are against the Somali's president and we are aligned with another group in the country. Same way that they support the TPLF. How can you support a Somali prime minister who was suspended with corruption allegations? So, as you know, many people know, Somali president suspended prime minister's authorities because he was alleged for a land grabbing, particularly Somali National Army land. And then after that, all Western countries are publicly saying, okay, we are against this suspension and we support Somali prime minister. And there we have elected president who is in charge of the country. And now they are talking to Somali regional states and they are pressuring them to support the prime minister against the elected president. The same way that they were against Abiy Ahmed, the same way that they have been against Isaias Afwerki for 30 years or more. So this is, the reality in Africa, the reality in Horn Africa. I believe whoever leads the country, he might be wrong, he might be right, like every other countries in the world, but we will never accept and stop others who are helping Western countries to destabilize the continent, and whether they are inside the country.
Thank you, Hussein. Thank you. Your time is up now. Thank you very much. MashaAllah. We're going to go to the next speaker. It would be, I think, from the hands up. He's been waiting for such a long time. Kunaya, would you please go ahead and proceed? Your thoughts.
Thank you. Just 1 minute, actually, from Kunaya. The Hussein, you're quite right, actually, that the religious coexistence you've mentioned, IGAD's failure, and we need to, for the sake of actually not taking IGAD's failure and how we can rectify it. You agreed actually with Professor Ahmed on the issue of peaceful religious actually coexistence. And the third one is in fact the one that you have mentioned, which in fact is absolutely in line with the Western hegemony foot stamp on our Horn of Africa. That started in Ethiopia exactly the same way to Somalia and Eritrea for the last God knows, well over actually 20 years. Now, what you said correctly, if they are turning, if they are turning it to the Somalia as they have done, we will be turning actually on them, using actually to the same, digital warriors would definitely amplify. Somalian issue is our issue. Thank you very much. Sorry, Twitter. The next speaker will take the mic now.
Thank you very much. And can everyone hear me? Tess.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, brother.
All right. Thank you, Tess. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank our host and co-host, Tess, and the other brother, which I cannot really pronounce his name, but apologies. And Yeah, so firstly, I would like to send a big shout out to Professor Ahmed, who has really touched on very, very important points. And the reputable, respectable Professor Ahmed, we should all cherish and keep him close to our heart. And a man of his caliber, knowledge, we definitely need him to enlighten the youth, teach them about their history, and talk about the geopolitics in the Horn. And I totally agree with Dr. and Professor Ahmed in regards to the and when the British came to Somalia, which they stayed for 100 years, and the main reason or purpose for the British to occupy northern Somalia, or known as Somaliland, back in them days, where the British have named that name, but it wasn't the Somalis that named it, and it was to take the livestock God has bestowed on Somalia, all over Somalia and Ethiopia as well, and the Horn, and in Africa, many livestock, whether you're talking about sheep, goats, cows, camels, red meat basically. So livestock was being taken from Somalia and taken to Aden, which is in Yemen, for to feed the British Army that was based in Aden at that time. And this was going on for 100 years. So I totally agree with him on that point. And in Somalia was that time, the British and part of Somalia that was colonized by the British was known as the Butcher of Aden. That's where livestock were butchered and red meat and goat and sheep and cows, all the meat was being butchered there and taken to Aden to feed the British Army. So that point is there. So I just wanted to support him on that. And second thing I wanted to talk about is that, and I'm not sure if you guys have noticed that during the recent conflict in Ethiopia, where the TDF, the what's called the insurrectionists, the ones that have tried to destabilize Ethiopia, the TDF or Tigray, I mean not Tigray, Tigray are the people. Sorry, no respect, no offense to them. And the TPLF, the what's called the political party that has been running in Ethiopia for the past 20 years before Abiy Ahmed came into power, is and what is it called? And when the conflict that was taking place in Ethiopia, I don't know if you guys noticed, but and all giant international media broadcasters, the people who were commenting on the conflict in Ethiopia were mainly not Ethiopians, not Africans, and I think you guys guessed it right. It's people that are commenting from all the way from Washington, London, France, and and places so far away from Ethiopia, from the conflict. And you could properly understand what kind of information they were giving to these broadcasters. Such informations are the ones that you've seen, that TDF are only 30 kilometers away from Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa is about to fall in the next 1 hour, and so on. Fabricated media and fabricated analysts, war profiteers. So I wanted this and the young and the movement to basically contribute that the normal movement should not only be restricted to spaces and in social media, but should be the voice of what's happening in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in East Africa, in Africa overall. You should be the spokespersons, not these guys that don't know nothing about and what's happening, the reality that's happening in there, and what is the conflict regards to, or and what has instigated or started this conflict. I mean, those people that are so far away from the region have, unfortunately, a malicious agenda. While you guys know the reality, you know who the aggressors are, and can highlight this. Unfortunately, what we're having now is that we need young intellectuals to address international media to come out. So I wanted to make it short and raise this point and counter the disinformation and agenda that international media has. Can I finally conclude by saying, Ethiopia and Africa and Somalia, the whole itself, is very rich and mineral rich and fossil fuel rich, labor rich because of its use, rich in every way. And it saddens me. It saddens me to see them crossing the Sahara in Libya and being kidnapped by militia, which don't which cause them grief atrocities, which go under brutal grief atrocities against our people, Africans. You know what happens in Libya. I think you all know it, and it grieves me when I see in Lebanon young girls being thrown over from a high-rise building, and it really hurts me. It really, really hurts me. You know, people that went there for labor being where all these atrocities are being committed against. We need to rebuild back Africa, whether it's Somalia, whether it's Ethiopia, whether it's Uganda, whether it's Kenya, whether anywhere. We need to rebuild and provide our youth with the opportunities that's needed. And for one example that I wanted to cut short to us, what is it in the Western world that people drink every single day when they wake up in the morning? And that comes from Ethiopia. And it costs $5, and a cup to drink. That's the coffee. The coffee bean that we drink every day and costs $5 a cup. But how much does that go back to the farmer in Ethiopia where these coffee are grown? We need to put quality and value back to our products that we export and cherish and treat these products as gold. Thank you very much, Tess, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Visionary. Well spoken, and we have taken all the points. We have actually a strategizing club, or for that matter, African Renaissance working group. So if you follow me, and I'll drop you the Telegram, and then follow the other co-hosts as well, and each other, all of you. As I'll give you actually time as we go along. Could you please go, all of you here? If you could really follow each other, and don't do it just simply for the sake of following, but also to amplify the messages that we're sending. Now we are focusing on Somalia this week. Then every single one of you here, the discussion, it doesn't really wash for me, to be honest. The discussion is to have a calm and an understanding. The next one is played individually. I will do this personally. It's not just as a group. Personally, I would do that. The third one is do it, and that's in action. So we need to follow the DPA principle of this space. This space is the discussion is because we are brainstorming knowledges that we don't know. Like for instance, Professor Ahmed came here. He told us he said a lot about the historical perspective. Each one of us, depending on our experience, was it economics, social, media, whatever, the migration, out migration, and then the religious coexistence rate. So we have all shared that. Now I think that's just a knowledge pack. But when it pack, we unpack it. We need to unpack it by pledging, like, look, I can do something here. Now you are here as a leader, to be honest with you. In that group, you're coming as a leader. That's the African Renaissance grassroots leaders. Don't expect actually, we're not talking about an appointed leaders. We can shape up actually the leaders of Africa, deal with whether this is education, whether it is economic, whether it is the media, and the rest of it. So thank you, brother. If you do that with the co-host and hostess as well. Now, before I move on and give the mic to other people, I would like to give the mic to my other co-host, who is Haile. Haile is originally from Ethiopia and then lives actually in the US. And then has been actually in this struggle actually for quite a time. So, Haile, take a mic for a few minutes and then just give us actually your take on this.
Thank you, Brother Tess, and thank you for everyone that's here with us having these conversations. And these are the first step to moving forward to have a real, unity for our continent. I think I've said in other places as well. I love to see the USA be something that we can really have on our map and in our history in the future. USA meaning the United States of Africa. That would be something that I would love to see, and something that we can definitely do. And I think that's what our forefathers dreamed of, and we're not able to do because of the resources and everything else that we have that is being stolen from Africa. But going to this topic here, I think one of the biggest things that we need to make sure to do is we need to make sure we don't rely on aid. It is ridiculous to have a place like the AU and their conference and their halls and everything else being furnished and purchased by China, Russia, and the rest of the West as well. Who would it would be ridiculous to feel that in our Senate or Congress or anywhere else that they would have a foreign country come in and put the networks in, because they are spying on us, and we're willingly know that they're spying on us, and we're not saying or doing anything. And that's because of the fact that we are getting aid from them, and aid is something that cripples us, and we should not have AU be funded by any foreign countries at all. Absolutely not. That's something that we should say no to, because that is just another way of ruling us. But I really want to today want to just bring to everyone's attention what is going on in Sudan. Currently, in the mainstream media, they're reporting that at least 4 people have died from the protest that is going on today. To make sure that the coup that basically came in and is trying to take over Sudan, which the Sudanese brothers and sisters have said no more to, is trying its best with the help of the West and also with the help of Egypt and for their own benefits. And so, brothers and sisters, please make sure you retweet and tweet, because their internet and their connection has been suspended. So we have to be the voice for our brothers and sisters in Sudan. The way we go ahead and make sure that this actually comes true, what we're looking for, this unity, this Pan-Africanism, is by standing up for our brothers and sisters. We should not, because my brother in Sudan, Ahmed, Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad, he's out there, and we don't know if he's one of the 4 that died today. So we have to be sure that we're there and we're screaming, not when it's too late, but while it's going on, so we can prevent these things from happening. And it's time. It's high time we start saying no more for our brothers and sisters. No more killing, no more outside interference, no more. We can do what we need to do on our own. So please, please, please make sure you tweet, make sure you scream, make sure you're there. You're fighting our struggle. This is our struggle. This is not Sudanese struggle. This is Ethiopia's struggle. This is Eritrea's struggle. This is Somalia's struggle. This is Djibouti's struggle. This is Mali's struggle. Nigeria's struggle. This is South Africa's struggle. Zimbabwe's 55 other countries in the African continent is having the same type of struggle. It's just a different context inside, but the different cover outside, but the context inside is exactly the same, in the same playbook that's been happening for years and years. And we need to say no more. And the only way we can see the future and we can see the Horn of Africa and the rest of Africa developing is when we stand together and say, no, No, you cannot bring another institution or another ideology to Somalia. Somalia needs to rule itself. No, you cannot take over Eritrea. No, you cannot take over Ethiopia. No, we will not be a place for you to have your proxy wars. No, we have to say no, and we have to act. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much, bro. It's exactly the same. To be honest with you, if you look at one of the pinned tweets I did, could you please go and just, if you have not done so, retweet it. It's last night, the moment that I heard from Ahmed that they were going to go out, internet would be disconnected, and they did without actually any fright, because that's what they had to do. But we should be actually, siding side by side actually with our brothers in Sudanese brothers and sisters who, without any coercion at all from outside, particularly from Ethiopia, they wanted actually to live in peace actually with Ethiopia. Can you imagine that under very difficult circumstances, facing the guns of actually Al-Sisi, Al-Bahran, who are actually Trojan horses actually for the United States of America, who landed in the Sudan, about 1,000 actually Red Dragon soldiers. But there you are. Now we are fighting. So for today, you and I, every single one of us, as we were actually yesterday, we are all Somalis. Now actually we are all Sudanese. Nothing else. Tomorrow, who is actually the next country they pick? It doesn't matter. So now, having said that, so far actually it is like a boys' brigade. Shall I say? Apart from City, who was actually a co-host but left. Now I'm going to give actually the mic to Yeshi. It's nice actually to have a sister actually speaking. So go ahead, please, Yeshi.
Thank you, Tess, and everybody. Thank you for having me. There is nothing I can say more than Haile and you are and the other brother, all of you are saying. But we really need to unite, especially. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly, but Kayun, you were talking about hijacking Africans and crossing the sub-Saharan African countries. Yes, I am really sensitive to human trafficking, and there is a lot of human trafficking going on into the whole Horn of Africa. And then we also need to work on that. And then the reason the human trafficking is because of the Westerns' involvement. There is Westerns to everything. I'm sorry to say this. And then, of course, the terrorist organization that our government, well, Ethiopian government, I'm an Ethiopian American, by the way, for those who doesn't know me, are the one that are been doing this to the Ethiopian country, not Ethiopia, to Somalia, to Kenya, to Sudan, to everywhere. So if we can work together as a unity, yes, we will bring a change to Africa. We need to, this is a start, conversation and all these spaces are really a start. We also need to chip in knowledge, financially, everything, because we are smarter than them. We have more education than them. We have more resources than them, but we're not utilizing it. We're not using it. And they always see like, well, okay, you're going to come back to me to ask me for a bread or anything. So I could do whatever I want to you. That's the Western's ideology into Africans. So Africa will prosper. Africa will prevail if we stay together and we work hard. Thank you, Tess, for giving me the chance, and I'll give the mic to the second person.
Thank you very much, sister. It's wonderful actually to hear from you. Yeah, absolutely. Unity is key here, and the issue of migration and people, in a very dire situation, actually dying. Those who have everything reduced actually to practically nothing. Their life ended actually in one of these oceans or in the Sahara Desert. Would they deserve that? I'm definitely sure the answer would be no, 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 no. And then we should not stop actually with no. We need to say no more and no more and no more. And then no more actually in a more coordinated manner, not just simply as a hashtag, but as a living reality. That's what we are trying actually to set up African Renaissance. So, you sister, I'll drop you actually the line. I mean the link or Telegram link. You go inside and in fact you will go and come and contribute actually to that group. I'm gonna give actually the
Thank you
mic.
very much. Can I announce something, Tess, please? Sorry for interrupting. There is a documentary film that I did about 11 years ago. It's called Nightmare in Dreamland, Dubai. If you can go into it. My the NGO that I created to fight human trafficking in Ethiopia was shut down. I was closed down, kicked out of the country by the Ethiopian previous government. Now it's the terrorist group. Yes. If you can, guys, when you have a chance, go into YouTube. It's called Nightmare in Dreamland, Dubai. If you can look at that link, and I will also go ahead and join you on Telegram, Test. Go ahead and send me the link. I appreciate it.
That's
Thank you.
fine. Actually, the easiest thing to do is Yeshi, uh, because sometimes it looks as if actually that we're trying to find a needle in the jungle. What I want you to do is if you just DM us the link, then we can really use that and then amplify it for you and for all of us. Thank you very much. That's
I
quite
will.
helpful. Okay, the next speaker before Karanj, our brother Karanj, I'm glad actually that you came, and Yego also, you managed actually to come up. But I'll give actually the mic to our blood Deslors, if City. If I pronounce it wrongly, please accept my apology. But if you could just start by introducing yourself, because we are not actually linked to you. I'm saying actually we're not following
Hi,
each other. So could you tell us actually where you are from, and then carry on actually, keep your peace on this one. Thank you.
hello everybody. I hope that you can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you to give me this opportunity. No problem with the name. Hello everybody.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you
we
actually.
can
You
hear
can
you. Go ahead and
introduce yourself.
please
Go
Hello.
ahead, bro.
put your input there. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
Hello,
we
yes,
hello.
can hear
brother.
you, bro.
Hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, so this brother actually was in our space yesterday,
Yeah,
and
I
he's
can
a great
say
brother
you
of ours.
pronounce.
But I think you're having connection issues, my friend. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello. I think you have a connection problem. Aile or Twitter, could you just DM him, please?
I'll
He's there.
DM. I'll let him know.
Got you. No
Okay.
No
problem.
problem.
We are not actually bring him down. Actually, he can still stay
Can I
anytime.
speak
Actually,
now?
whenever.
I had a mic problem.
Yes. Carry on. Okay, carry on. It's a connection problem. It just changes from mute to unmute. Right. Okay. Completely. Actually, there is lost the connection now. Without not to really lose our time. Can I bring actually Karanja? Karanja, mic is yours, brother.
Hey Tess, Haley, Yeshi, Yego, everyone in the space. Thank you so much, as usual, for holding the space, for your tireless work. I realize that activism is thankless work. So I want to say thank you guys for all that you do. It is appreciated, and we recognize it. For me, I keep saying over and over again that I'm learning so much about what it looks like to fight for what we believe in as Africans, and I'm learning alongside people who've never been colonized, and therefore it is not as much of an uphill battle fighting alongside you guys, whereas it can be tricky, and it has really felt very lonely in the past as a Pan-African. So you guys, you provide brotherhood, you provide motivation, you provide inspiration. It does not go unnoticed, and I realize that right now Ethiopia is on the hot seat, and that's why we started fighting. But you guys have led the way, and you have shown how to fight for not just for Ethiopia, for Eritrea, for Somalia, for Sudan, and you're creating the framework and the blueprint of how all the rest of us Africans can come together and be organized and fight alongside each other for all of our own common good, for the solidarity of all Africans, and for the freedom of all Africans. I usually go on long diatribes, but today I'm going to try and keep it short. And also, before I leave, oh, and by the way, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Karanja Gashisha. I'm a journalist, and I'm focused on media and farming as liberation, and farming, farming as a way to provide food security, because food security is the way to freedom. As Thomas Sankara famously said, "He who feeds you controls you." I guess I would like to put a question on the floor. What is the next steps on how we engage our own governments? I kind of feel that I'm a bit at a loss on how I would engage, for example, the Kenyan government, but not just the Kenyan government, but our representatives at the AU. I know you guys talked about, ensuring that AU funding is not coming from outside. But I think I want us to start thinking about immediate next steps about how we do that. How do we strengthen our individual governments? How do we even sort of approach our brothers and sisters? So, for example, in Kenya, my fellow brothers and sisters in Kenya, they're very focused on the election in 2022. And their primary concern is that the next president who comes in will somehow automatically, magically turn Kenya into the UK or the United States. And they're not aware that the framework simply doesn't exist, because Kenya is under the yoke of economic colonialism until today. And so, I sort of want to challenge ourselves to think about ways in which we can reach those people who are so removed, especially in a place like Kenya, where there's a huge growing middle class, where people really just think that as long as they can get a job, life is fine, and we have freedom and all that good stuff, and the only thing we need to do is get rid of Uhuru Kenyatta, and it will be all roses and trumpets, and we'll be in paradise. So. And I know I say that not to be condescending, but because honestly, it's kind of the attitude of a lot of people, and that is the attitude, of course, that the West wants us to have, to be lulled into inaction with carrots and sticks and false comforts for the middle classes, while the majority of the people are suffering and living on slave wages. I promise that I'm not going to go on a long diatribe. It's already pretty long, so I'm going to leave it there and drop the mic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. As you have always been actually tirelessly working, you and I actually, even by the measure of what we are exchanging, I'm talking about internally. You have always been actually there, Karanja. You're really an asset to Africa. To be honest with you, someone actually to look up for, with great regard. You're not just Kenyan, you're through and through an African. Yeah, you have to say actually I'm a Kenyan, like as I say I'm an Ethiopian. But it's wonderful to have brothers and sisters, to be honest, across Africa, who, living actually abroad, they can still live actually a comfortable life, and then say, oh, what is it to do with me? But no. We don't choose actually that kind of life. The middle class, in some respects, you're quite right. Actually, it's not just simply in Kenya per se. I mean, all over Africa, including Ethiopia. Well, is it actually is it my business here? To be honest, so longer they just simply look at it from their own respective. Very parochial interest point of view. If it's hurting actually their interest, they'll come up actually with all their means. Otherwise, actually, that they don't really bother. To be honest with you, do we care? But there are people actually who are here equally in a comfortable situation, but actually we're yielding to the will of Africa. That's what we do. We are making history, and then nothing actually would deter us from doing that. To be honest with you, all these people that we're saying that not actually taking part, they will absolutely rally around in the final analysis. With our sweat and blood, we'll go there. The three, sorry to hear actually, Haile, the three Sudanese, protesters actually being killed. That's just that they paid with their blood. You and I actually probably, I'm working sometimes 21 hours a day, 21 hours a day. And then, it's just a fight. It's a fight, actually, we have to do it, to be honest, but it's worth investing now rather than regretting. When we invest now, we'll reap actually what we sow. So, Karanja, you're one of this very, I'd say that the African, it's not just simply journalist, but as a human being, you're an African through and through, care about actually Africa, and I have actually my admiration actually for you, brother, and you know it. Thank you very much. Actually, we move on actually to our other sister, Diego. Wonderful. She was a co-host, but unfortunately she dropped. Maybe it's because of connection. Diego, please actually go ahead and then blast it, sister.
All right. Thank you so much, Tess. Thank you, Hale. Thank you, Karanja, everyone on the space. Thank you. Good evening, good day, good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm glad to be on the space today. I was here earlier. I was a co-host and I dropped. I had a few things I was handling, so I couldn't keep up being the co-host. So on the topic of discussion today, a number of people have already said very informative and insightful, points, and shared very beneficial and educative as on the issue at hand. So looking at, one thing that I'd like to touch on is on, like, where is the AU? I mean, that's a question that I've been asking myself for, I think, for a number of years or days now. One of the things that actually really hit me to getting myself to having that question at the back of my mind was when Haiti had its president, murdered, and then the mass exodus, like having Haiti, people being chased from the US and being sent back to their, a country that had been, was in the middle of an earthquake crisis, natural disasters and so on. And the whole time we're seeing these people brutally being sent back to their country. And AU is not saying anything. They're not saying opening our countries to welcome our Haitian brothers and sisters. So when this happens in Ethiopia and we're still seeing the AU still murmuring and just talking, and we can't hear them. We want to hear them, but we can't hear them. And one of the things that I'm now it takes me to look at is on the role like of the AU in transforming Africa, and how it has shifted and moved from what it was. I think the speaker highlighted that, and I think movements like this, like what we're trying to do, the No More movement, what we're trying to do is one of the things on our agenda is pushing for such organizations like the AU to be spaces where, as an African people, we know that these are going to be spaces where it shouldn't be just our body where we brings our leaders together to just come and congregate and say, oh yes, or this is how we're going to borrow more money from this country that has funded us, or this is how we're going to deal with this, but rather should be where our leaders come to congregate, for the purpose of development of Africa and for the sustaining Africa, being able to put Africa in a space where we are in a space where we're no longer relying on donor-funded aid, to run our economies. And another thing that I wanted to stress out, Karen actually also mentioned it, I've been thinking about it, is a lot of our young Africans, we have been taught to just go to school, finish school, get a job, after getting a job, buy a house, or buy a house or build a house, buy a car, marry, and have children, and you have made it. And the only thing you need to worry is putting food on your table. You need to worry about dressing. You need to worry about, waking up and going to your job. And that is it. And we're only taught to, work better so that you can earn better, so you can eat better, you can sleep better. But we are not taught to think about our independence of our identity, our way of thought, our way of life as an African people. We're not taught to think about, what is happening to my brother next door in Sudan? What's happening to my brother next door in Somalia? How best can I be of support to them? And until we have that conscious awakening of our young African people, this will be more or less like a loss. We would keep fighting the same battles day in, day out. And one of the things that we've seen is they keep engineering these small problems that we keep refocusing on. We will be refocusing on, issues that they keep re-engineering new issues that we keep shifting our focus to. When we are moving in the direction of we are moving to economic independence of Africa, they will rock the boat of the countries that are becoming economically stable, like seeing what has happened to Ethiopia. So as an African people, if we have the awakening of our consciousness, and I think that's one of the things we have on the agenda test, the mass education and sensitization. I think the professor talked about education to understand the resource of Africa. As an African people, we need to understand the resources that we have at hand, and as young people, we need to know, and we need to keep it in mind that if we don't liberate Africa today, our children's children will not find anything left, because this is a man-eat-man world, and we've got to protect ourselves as an African people. For so long, we have been in that space where we have been exploited. We have been, been put at the bottom of the chain, and it's high time we prioritize ourselves and re-educate ourselves to transforming Africa for ourselves by ourselves. We're not going to wait for China. We're not going to wait for another European country to come and do chaos for us. It is up to us. So let's keep the fire burning. Let's keep the struggle going, and let's not give up on that. So I think for me, the point that I'm taking, what currently talked about, what the professor talked about, is awakening of the consciousness, that education and sensitization of the young Africans to to have a reawakening on protecting Africa as a continent, and protecting our identity as a people, and for the generations to come. And Hale, I think we had Sinclair last time on your space. I think you talked to Tess about him. I think he's doing some work that is worth looking into, and having him being part of the cause.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're linking up with Sinclair, and we're actually working on some things as well. And I'll definitely DM you and include you in that as well.
Haile and Tess, if I may interject, Professor Ahmed, unfortunately, he may have to leave. So we can use the best that we can within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Any questions that we may have. He just texted me a few minutes ago. So let's give him a chance and, see what his input is, or whatever that he want to go ahead and do a closing remark, since he have to relieve, and he requested relief in a few minutes. Please allow that, and I yield the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're going to have actually one more hour on this one, because it cannot go indefinitely. But before actually I give the mic to Professor Ahmed Deslore, his connection is really on and off. So Deslore, if you can speak now, and for 3 minutes, and then before actually I give the mic to Professor Ahmed for his last contribution. Deslore, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Okay, it doesn't seem to work. It's Professor Ahmed's connection. The Twitter, I think, is gone now. Yeah, I think Professor. I think. Okay. Deslore, are you there? Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
I
what
think
we need to do, is that, like when this kind of thing happens, we need to put most of the speakers who have spoken to be on the listener mode. Otherwise, it would be congested. It would take a lot of bandwidth, and we're not going to be able to continue. So all of a sudden,
I think what they
the
have done
space
was
would get disconnected.
yeah, and at least if they haven't done it, so I have done actually
Yeah,
some of
thank
them.
you.
So, the slower, can you go
Here,
ahead? Can you go ahead, please? Yeah, there
my
is a time
connection
lag.
was a little bit bad, so I had to connect myself, then connect myself. Can you hear?
I think despite the efforts that we have put to bring people down,
Yeah,
it's still a problem. Carry on.
Yeah, I think let's continue for the sake of time and everything else.
Absolutely. Professor Ahmed, I think you were here earlier on, and I can't see actually Professor Ahmed. If you could, Twitter, if you can bring him up, then that would be fine.
I think he's out, but I will text him on his phone in a few minutes. He should be back. But at the same time, please, relieve yourself from requesting as well. When congestion comes up on spaces, and requesting and being on speaker mode would not help. So we would lose everything there. Anybody who's requesting a mic, please, abort that for a few minutes until the connection gets stable. If you guys can hear me, and then we'll proceed. We're trying to keep the connection as live as possible. Anybody who's requesting, please, abort your request, and we'll get back to you in a few minutes.
Thank you very much for that housekeeping again. In fact, don't forget actually the tweeting or retweeting, checking actually the pinned items. Now I'm going to give actually to Imara. Imara is from Eritrea so far. I'm unfortunately I think out, still working. He's a great brother, as you all know. But Imara actually, you can give us, because part of the Horn of Africa is Eritrea has been actually brutally sanctioned for years and years. Now, on the 9th of December, actually, there was a country report that I saw, following that, actually, the Americans are still actually at it. So what's your take on this subject, Imara?
Thank you much. I appreciate you, Tess and Haile. My take on the sanctions. Hey, I'm on a phone. Oh, sorry. I got distracted by some stranger. So my take on sanctions is I do not want to speak too much about sanctions, because everybody here they know very much how sanctions are and what kind of danger it presents to a nation. But for the sake of being in this platform, and I heard Karanja asking about a question that is very, very, very important, and we need to address that. The question he asked is, how do we approach the government and have a different path? So it might not be a discussion that we can openly discuss it here, but if we can organize something to address that, that would be great. And my other thing was everybody that was speaking here, they have a common understanding. We have reached a limit where we have the same understanding all over. So what we need to do is, in terms of that, we need to add people from different countries. We have the same problems, and we fight them the same way. So that is was what was I was gonna say, and I will leave the mic for somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, actually, Imara. What I would do is I will send you a Telegram link you can come and then we will strategize on that one, and your input would be of great value. After that, may I give actually, to Ifoita. Ifoita, I believe actually it's Ifoita, and Mike is yours.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Yeah, thanks. I joined about an hour ago, so I might have missed quite a bit. But yeah, I'm really interested in looking at what our impact is looking like, especially with the governments and AU, and also the regional blocks, the African regional blocks. That would be really important, because I think we as a mass, when they hear the mass voice, definitely they must be listening, but we are not having a feedback channel. I think like we don't have feedback. I don't know how we can achieve that, but that is, we are their forces. We are behind them, but then they are authoritative, organized, formal institutions, especially AU. So let's say IGAD, like the East African bloc, if the East African countries, the mass movement, the no more movement in East Africa is really mounting, then how do we make sure that this channels to the IGAD and then, of course, to AU, so that this gives them confidence and they know also what is going on? It's very much the food for their fight, and then they can channel that structured need and message into African agenda. So one big issue I believe is, like we know, aid, loans, finance, these institutions are financed mainly by the Western powers. We don't know exactly the numbers, but they need to be liberated, and then the AU has to design how to incorporate the public, the African public, in helping financially and in other resources, so that they can gradually liberate themselves. Then they can represent us. At the moment, everywhere, very systematically, they are kind of handcuffed. But our pressure, our mounting movement will help them to think twice. And when they have a need, okay, we would love to back and represent you, but how can you help us? This kind of dual communication should be there. And I see they could be more effective dealing with AU and AU blocks rather than individual country governments. Country governments, they can take our energy and do internal improvements. Like when we say unity, it doesn't mean we have to all think the same way or come, but we need to prioritize. We need to find communal challenges. There are communalities in the challenges of each African country, especially the sub-Saharan African country. So the unity would come if we prioritize. Okay, if you don't have a country, if there are things like TPLF is doing, then there is no room for any other internal negotiation. First, let's have countries. So that's one big agenda. There are economic issues, the youth, the jobless youth, these things. And what is causing Africa to remain poor is definitely, we know the West has to continue getting the resource from Africa. So I think that there should be somehow, we're doing a lot of mass communication. We're doing a lot of awareness raising, a lot of education, which is great. But how do we make sure that this is channeling to African institutions like AU and regional blocks? That's what I want to say. And I just want to make one announcement. This I kind of sent you the DM. There is a new documentary assessing Egypt's role and the whole European intervention and how this is connected to what is going on right now in Horn Africa, in Ethiopia, Somalia, and Eritrea. From way back from Khedive Ismail's time in 1870, why they invaded Ethiopia, what was the reason, how Britain and France involved, and also then America. So very nice short documentary. I would totally recommend each of you kind of listen, watch it. and it will give you a very good perspective summary of how things are working and how big of an enemy we are confronting. Thank you very much. Sorry for making it too long.
Thank you very much, Foita. I have already actually pinned it. So those of you who have not access to that, it's on the pin. So you can enjoy it at your own time. Sometimes we need actually evidences of that weight, and otherwise actually we would remain to be emotional. This is not an emotional appeal. It's very historical fact. Earlier on, Professor Ahmed actually went through the whole process. If this law, if yours is working before I just simply bring kind of summary, this law is your mic working now? Is your connection working now? Sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Carry on, brother.
Yeah. Thank you to give me this opportunity to speak. Had a bad connection, but not okay, I think. Me, I wanted to focus most on African Union. If you see the legal African Union, I can just say that those guys are traitors. They betray us. Why am I saying that? If you take an example, most of African country, their leaders are not legal. They are not voted by the people of the country, but they are put there by the Western. So when we have leaders who we didn't vote, like the example of my country, DRC, we didn't vote that guy, but I don't think that such a person can really fight for his country. And most of the time, when an African country gets a good leader, they do their best to kill. You see that thing divide the countries. Some Africans are traitors. Like you can see Boko Haram rebels. Those are our brothers, but they betrayed us. And those people represent us on African Union. Most of the presidents. Let me tell you, they are just like those rebels. They also betrayed us, but the difference is that they are just wearing the vest, or they are now in. They wear the vest, and that's what makes the difference. But the mindset is still the same. Last time I was listening to people of Somalia, and then what I had to hear is only hate and hate. Those most of the people didn't want peace, but I'm so sorry. We have to be union, and I know that war brings the consequence of war are never easy. We lost all peoples, we lost brothers and sisters, but there is somewhere where I read they say if you want to if you want war to end, the both sides should uh, accept to make an end on it. Otherwise, war won't take over. And I think it's better to live in peace than living in war. That's why I would ask you guys. Someone say here, Kara Johnson, I think I say very well his name. He said that we are the true leaders of African Union, and we should do our best to be here on such of when we are discussing like this on online with other brothers. I think he said that we are true leaders, and we should fight so that African can be united. And being united is not only to take somebody's country, because that was the confusion of some people last time that I was hearing. It's not about taking someone's country, but is to maybe to not buy visa when you want to go to somewhere, and then when you want to live maybe in Somalia.
I think we have a connection problem.
Connection problem actually with it.
I want to clarify something real quick, Tess, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I know our brother. He is right. The space that we were in yesterday, there was a lot of division, and a lot of people there were talking about hate and propaganda and division and different between ethnic lines and things like that. But that group it doesn't represent our brothers and sisters from Somalia. So I want to clarify that, because right away, the ones that were speaking about unity and one Africa DM'd us in the middle, and they actually told us to create another room because they felt uncomfortable in that room, and it was young thugs that were in that room that were just trying to disrupt our path in the right way. And so I want to clarify that, because some people that were listening in and they were really bad mouthing Ethiopia and actually attacking me and Tess. But our brothers and sisters, and I should be upset more than anybody else and say, "Oh, these did it." No, it's not that. That's just another way of them trying to divide us. And our sister came on 2-3 other spaces with me, and also they also asked us to create another space so we can have a real dialogue. So I just want to let everybody know that they did not represent Somalia. They don't represent Horn of Africa. They're just young kids that thought it was funny, and they think that this is a funny matter. But maybe 10-20 years from now, they'll understand these things really matter, and it's affecting us as a people, as a nation, as a continent, and as humanity. And so I just want to address that. And so that's why I'm cutting in. Our brother, he is absolutely right. Coming in, listening to that, it was a lot of hate. And every 5 words that came out of one of the young man's mouth was what he hated. I hated this. I hated that. I hated this. I hated that. And you can never do anything when you're talking that way. But I think he was misguided, and he wasn't speaking for the people of Somalia, or for our brothers and sisters of the Horn of Africa, or for our brothers and sisters of Africa. And so sometimes you have like a brother Hopewell, who take clippets of different people that speak, and then they categorize it like it's all of us doing it. But that is false. That is wrong, and we do not support that. And we stand with our brothers and sisters of Somalia with our struggle, because Somalian struggle is an Ethiopian struggle, it's an African struggle, it's a Horn of African struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haile. That's why actually we opened immediately. I left actually early, and the only way to do is if you can't continue actually in that kind of civil discussion. I think partly, yes, they're juvenile, but partly it's not juvenile. We found out actually there are people actually behind it. There was an OLA organized group again, went into another Somali group. Osman was actually leading. City was in it. So we have to really sideline them, because it is deliberately at this particular junction when TPLF is going to see actually its demise, and then African unity is coming up. They are totally against Pan-Africanism, by the way. Absolutely, Pan-Africanism is not theirs. They are to take us, as Professor Ahmed was saying earlier on, where the Berlin Conference was actually to split us, a scramble for Africa in the shape that they gave us. But this one is actually a very clannish approach. They want us actually to even further actually be ethnocentric and clannish in the case of actually Somalia, as our brother actually Ahmed Ali said earlier on. So we are not going to that direction. They are the ones actually who are perpetrated by TPLF and the rest of them, OLA included. You have actually other separatist groups in other parts of Africa doing exactly the same. We are not falling into that trap, to be honest with you. We are going ahead with Pan-Africanism. Nothing actually would deter us actually from going further. We have established a groundwork now. Some of you probably actually, you all, most of you actually part of it, and then you need to really strengthen that, and you will see actually us coming to see African Renaissance. In any struggle, in any movement, there are always actually obstacles. There is no actually free ride, to be honest with you. So you have to really tighten up actually your belt. If you are actually getting distracted by here and there actually, salts and stones thrown at you, that's not the way. That we have to really fight it in the African and Ethiopian ways as well. To say that the list. Thank you very much, and then I'll need to go to Professor Ahmed.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Ahmed. Thank you for coming in. I've been waiting to listen.
Thank you very much. It's time for me to sleep. Before doing that, I have to congratulate you with your energy and effort. Beware that you're just starting. The journey is long, far away. You cannot reach it overnight. It takes years to realize our energy. So you have to have lots of patience. I beg you that you have to be considerate. It takes quite a time to mend already dismantled realities of Africa. We have gone through lots of problems, as I have already mentioned: slavery, colonialism, neo-colony, and now we're having our enemies within. And so these are all issues that we have to consider. Africa is rich enough for all of us. It's just a matter of realizing this slogan: Africa is rich, it's enough for all of us. We have gone through the ordeal, as I've already mentioned. The Horn of Africa has been torn to pieces with the Berlin Conference, but now they are doing it more because they feel that Horn of Africa might lead Africa to a better destination, and so they are ganging up against us. The world is uniting. We have to be with a local mentality. EU is uniting, but they are dismantling us. We have to ask why. If we get enough answer, if we are dismantled and become strong, it's okay. Be it clannish, whatever. I don't mind for that. But at least the last 30 years given us a gross lesson that we cannot stand if we fall apart. We have seen it. Somalia in a mess now. It takes years to mend Somalia. Ethiopia is in a mess. They want more division, more petty states, which couldn't stand alone by itself. The same thing with Sudan, as you are mentioning. You are concerned Africans. I like your position that you are fighting for Africa, not for the small area that you belong. So Africa is for all of us. So if we believe in Africa, it takes quite a time to unite 1.3, 1.4 billion population. It's not that easy. We are already 50-something countries. They want to make us 100 countries. If it helps, okay, but it doesn't. We have seen it already. And so we have to be on our guard. We have to take the long sight, not the short one. And I wish you all success. The world is for you now. It's you're making. We can share. We can contribute our experience, but you have to do the walking and the talking in the same time. And so my contribution is there anytime you request it, and I'm willing to share your thoughts and at least contribute my experience. And I wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Ahmed. What do you see? If I could ask one question, how do you see us moving? What's the next step? What is the one thing, if you had to say, we need to do as a people? What would that be, sir?
Well, now if you're, as I already observed, it's linking the whole continent. It could start regionally. The Horn, one group, West Africa is. They have strong linkage in West Africa. They can strengthen it and then have umbrella organization. South Africa, East Africa, the rest could have smaller working groups, and at least you can meet once in a while to combine your energy. But at least for the Horn of Africa, there was a small effort. I don't know whether you know about it. HITAF was active when COVID came in. You know, they ganged up together and they tried their best to help the Horn of Africa to alleviate the problem of COVID-19. They contributed their effort, their knowledge, and they also try to mobilize support from all over, and they sent materials to fight the COVID-19. That might be a small effort. Now with the war that we are having, the Ethiopians are doing fantastic job. They are contributing for the war effort and the humanitarian efforts at the same time, and they are also coming to Ethiopia to strengthen their allegiance and their contribution in a better level. So probably the Somalis are also doing more or less the same. We urge the Eritreans also, though they might have their own problems. But probably no more movement might help the Eritreans to be more liberated, and they could come back to their home and feel the soil and kiss the land. That makes us, energizing. Energy might come, with this effort. And so the youth, if the youth organized with a vision, I hope Africa has the good days in front of it. So in my conclusion, you could start small effort. I mean, talking by itself is not an end. So you have to have some small action going along with thought process, and that way you can at least strengthen your effort. You might face lots of problems, as I've already mentioned it. There are groups who are not aware of the situation. They feel that the West is the best, and they realize later on in old age that they have misguided concept of Africa. By then it might be late, and so you could render your help to them tacitly with caution, without raising their energy to negative effect. So it is a struggle as it is, and it's not easy solutions that I can recommend. My life itself is a struggle. But the critical mass is realized, then I hope most of our problem might be resolved.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. I think for your time, in Ethiopian time now, it is about 10 o'clock, I believe so. So, I think this is a precious time of yours with your family, and we've taken actually that, but I think it shows actually how committed you are, both as an academic, but also actually, as a chosen elder. Very few actually have the privilege actually to be in that pack, and coming here not only as an African, but as an Ethiopian, but also as an African, giving us actually your thoughts, the historical comeback, and also, in fact, what the future actually holds for us. You're absolutely right. This is what we have actually propagated. You will be invited. I would invite you actually to our webinar. And this is a noble approach that we're going to take, because Africa is a big continent per se. Now we will start actually gradually building and a snowball effect, because the longer actually you build it up, it becomes actually a bigger and a much bigger actually ball. And now we'll see it. You're absolutely right. As I said earlier on, we would stumble with difficulties and the rest of it. From the very start, we have been actually tested. So and there are people actually who are very strong. Consistency is the matter of actually this big battle, because we have to be consistent. It's not a one-off. So rather than actually one kind of particular, hashtag, we wanted actually a live event so that to affect the children of Africa, our children, grandchildren, actually to inherit a better Africa. And your input is absolutely invaluable as a key North speaker today. I think I have really enjoyed your historical perspective, but this is not the last, but probably actually this is only the first one. So you keep coming, and then we will be enlightened actually with your contribution. Next time we will give you actually a title, special actually, so you can prepare. And then a presentation when we ask you to come to the webinar. Thank you very much on behalf of actually this group and myself. I thank you very much. I'll keep in touch. I think I'll need to give actually the mic to our brother Karanja again, and then to Peter. We're rounding it. We're rounding it up now. If I can give actually the mic to Karanja and Peter, in that order. Karanja, just your final, so whatever it is,
Real quick, Karanja, before you do that, I just want to say thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Professor Ahmed, and Juma Mubarak. Salam alaikum. I hope you have a wonderful holiday.
I was hoping maybe the professor might hear this and maybe have a response quickly before he leaves, which is somebody was talking earlier about how we may have more influence over the AU than our individual governments. And I was wondering, do we as individuals have a lot of say in, for example, who becomes the next chair? Because, for example, if we did, one of the people that really has the interest of the Pan-African family at heart is Ambassador Arikana Chihomborikwa, with whom I work very closely with, and Professor Lumumba, who were fighting to be chair and vice chair in the last round before France came in to thwart their efforts. I yield the mic.
We're just starting. The two giants of Africa. I mean, they are awakening the whole continent. With just two individuals are doing marvelous job. 1960s was Liberation Day, the year, and we enjoyed it. But the impact was forgotten within no time, and we had to struggle with our new colonial friends. And these two giants of Africa taking the lion's share and creating at least conducive environment for the youth to understand the strength of Africa. Just only two individuals, you need one dreamer to realize success story. So these two dreamers are creating strong energy all over Africa. It takes quite a time, though. It's not easy. The French in Africa, what they're doing, we're not aware of it until the ambassador disclosed their malicious effort when it comes to financial stance of our francophone countries. So the awareness that we are having now with Professor Lumumba, he came to Addis and he was enlightening for all of us, at least how far we absorb his energy and his thought process is another issue, but at least he's just trying his best to push us from our slumber. I hope we'll be awake within no time. Leave AU for the time being. And don't fight with AU. Concentrate on what you can do. It's a matter of days, years, to knock at their doors properly. We cannot now just reshuffle power and see the result. We have to prepare ourselves before going to AU. AU is a big giant, big elephant, dying elephant. It's just changed the name after 60 years, and still it's not effective. All of us agree on that. It's our duty how to make it effective. It's from our effort that AU is going to be strong, not from within itself, but from outside, from ourselves. It takes quite a time. It's not easy. That one cannot recommend easy answer how to reshape AU for a better Africa. So it's a thought process now that we have started. Give it a time. Focus on leadership of Africa. What, in fact, my concern is focus on power relation, power legitimacy, power base. These are areas that we have to consider now. We could.
Is it just me or did we lose the professor?
I think
I
Professor
think we lost
actually
him.
we
I
lost
think we
him, but
lost
I
him.
think
Yeah.
he can come. And Karanja, sister, you've written actually. I'm not suggesting that he has concluded, but what's your take on what you have heard?
Um, well, the professor said there are no easy answers. Well, we want easy answers, Professor. Um, but on what he's saying, you mean specifically about the AU or in general?
In general, like if you can, include AU as well. I mean, the AU's position is crystal clear. Actually, how futile, and then they have not been actually functioning properly. So dysfunctional. But I think if you take that, how can we really? It's just by way of taking action. What do you think actually we should do in general, and specifically on AU? What should be our focus, brother?
Well, I think I think the professor alluded to this outreach, greater outreach, right? Like we've already raised the no more hashtag to global status. The next step would be making connections with people who are not spending their days on Twitter spaces like we are. For example, the Professor Lumumba, and Arikana Chihomborikwa. I personally will make the commitment to reach out to the ambassador and make her aware of this campaign and see what level of involvement she would be interested in. I think he said that even though it's not going to be an easy answer or an overnight change, uh, that the AU will have to be changed from the outside. And I think that the outside is Ambassador Chihombori Kwao. She's an example of how we can change it from the outside, but she's close enough to the inside that in one click of the fingers, she could be, she has the potential to be elected or nominated to chair. So if Africans en masse can show that this is who we want in some way, shape, or form, such that our governments hear us, I think that might have some impact on the AU. With regard to our individual governments, uh, I kind of feel on one hand that I know what would work, and on the other hand, I don't know how to make what I think I know how would work actually function. And I think that is the same way that the West uses carrots and sticks with our leaders. I think is the same way that we as the population can use carrot and stick to show our leaders. So, for example, for me as someone who votes in Kenya, is leading or fronting a movement that says to, well, Uhuru is a lame duck right now. He's on his way out. But the next president, that we will support you, provided you stand up with the no more movement, provided you do not allow yourself to be a puppet to destabilize Somalia, and at the same time promise them that we will do everything to work against them, if they do the West's bidding. So we need to be able to make our leaders more afraid of disappointing us than they currently are. Right now, they are more afraid of the West than they are afraid of their populations, because when they disappoint their populations, they always know that the West will stand by them. And when they do right for their populations, there's very little reward. So I think we need to step out more and learning from you guys, the Ethiopians, like how you've shown support for Dr. Abiy Ahmed. I haven't seen that happen anywhere else in Africa except on the Horn. Somalis, Ethiopians, you guys have done such a good job of showing us that you can actually stand up with the leader of your country against foreign enemies, not because you agree 100% with him. Dr. Abiy Ahmed didn't get 100% of the votes of Ethiopians. He got the majority, but he didn't get 100%. But yet, Ethiopians are standing behind him. So I think we need to be to show a way, find a way, which I don't quite know how we do that, of showing our leaders the carrot and the stick, that we can support them if they do right by us, and by doing right, meaning standing up to the West in our interests against imperialist interests, and then showing them that we will do everything to oust them, and nominate leaders who will oust them. And support those leaders if they promise and live up to their promises to do right by us. And with that, I will let that be my closing remarks. Again, thank you very much for the space. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Karanja. I think I really truly value that contribution. Particularly the last one is I totally share. It was my view as well. Rather than actually being confrontational per se when it comes to African leaders, or at the same time not to really to be lenient and leave it at the end being reactive. It's better actually for us to be proactive and look. I am not going to waste actually my card here. If you follow us sharp, and then this is the movement actually we're going to go ahead. Prioritize your people rather than actually the West. If you show some kind of steps, walking steps, then an obviously actually they will give you. Otherwise, we deny you. So we're very proactive rather than actually being saddened after things actually go wrong. And we can go that. But the other side is particularly when it comes actually the West. We should have actually this unflinching challenge. To be honest with you, it's not just like dealing with our internal leaders. And then you're absolutely right. When our leaders are actually shaping up and standing up for their own people, we should really rally around them rather than actually exposing them to these dogs, as it happened actually in Libya. Now the Libyans are the most regretting people in Africa, as you all know, for what they have done. The price is absolutely, it is a huge price actually they paid. One person, free education, free health sector, and the rest of it. That Libya was actually contesting the West, every year, every time, and they were, they had to negotiate actually with Libya, but that's not the case now. People who have been actually through Libya can tell you what it looks like actually in Libya, living actually in Libya now. You have actually the functions led by Egypt. And then all sorts of actually other, Russians, Turkey, and the rest of them actually going, the US and whoever is actually getting involved, and then they are wrecking, in fact, that country. So because at the time like this, the internal affairs actually should be left actually to internally, but at the same time actually we should really safeguard leaders of caliber, leaders actually who are standing for their people. I mean, the Somalian case is also, as it is the case in Ethiopian case, which I know very Clearly, actually, there's a very mandated government. There is nothing you can do about it. It's mandated. Whether I agree or disagree with the political philosophy it's running, it doesn't really matter, because as Karanja always says, absolutely right, because living actually in the West, who is not corrupt? Can you tell me actually Biden is not corrupt? Can you tell me Boris Johnson is not corrupt? How they get here? All sorts of things actually that we know. So sometimes actually people trying to paint or like they do it in the West. What's that? If you live actually in the West, what you learn is actually doing absolutely the wrong thing. They tell you one thing, but they do entirely actually different things altogether. Therefore, actually, they are not models for us. And then we should not actually model our leaders on someone actually who is actually governing and leading actually United States of America, Europe, or UK for that matter. So we have to take all these things with a pinch of salt. I'm not really painting bad picture on all leaders actually on the West, but at the same time, if you are actually having an icon of a US or a UK or a European leader, I think you are making actually a big mistake. You're absolutely right. We have to be really very strategic. So the working group, I think, Karanja, you are in it, and then we will strategize. Thank you for your effort, for your contribution. Let me go to Peter. I think Obang is actually now as a listener. Is your Twitter highly? If you can actually, you can bring him up. And then we are actually nearly actually to wrap up. So if you could stop taking more speakers, Diego could come because she probably she has actually a network actually issue. Peter, mic is yours, brother.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Haile, the co-host, and every other co-host here. Thank you, everybody, for the chance as well. Karanj, I think that's I have pronounced his name well. He said what I was about to say in a sweet, a nice way, and I'm sure I cannot say it any better. The carrot and stick. That was what I was going to talk about, and probably reiterate what he said. And this is in the context of what is happening here in Ethiopia. Because that is where I'm from, and that is what I know more. So, few months back, when USA was trying to meddle, whether it was in the dam, the Renaissance Dam that Ethiopia, Egypt, and Sudan have issues with, we Ethiopians stood firm with our government, and when they saw that, they went back. And again, here with the conflict in the northern part, in the Tigray and in the Amhara, in the Afar region, when USA was directly involving, asking us to negotiate, asking the Ethiopian government to negotiate, and when we were saying no to that, now, and the alternative we were providing then was an African solution to an African problem. But did they stop there? That is what I really want to talk about here. They didn't. It might sound, now we have what we have, trying to resolve the situation in that region is the former Nigerian president, Obasanjo. And like Karan said earlier, I think it was him, whoever feeds you controls you. What is USA doing right now? USA is saying, yes, an African solution to an African problem. And they're saying this not because they believe in it, but because they don't have a way out of it. But how many times did they sit with the Nigerian president? What are they talking about? What are they doing traveling all around? What is Secretary Blinken doing? Look at his recent calls with Kenyan president. And what I wanted to say, how we capitalize, as Africans, probably by way of giving a few examples here and there, in addition to what Karan said, is when they go to the Kenyan president, to resolve the problem in Ethiopia, by using definitely their carrot and their stick, will the Kenyan president be in a position to say no? Will the Kenyan president be in a position not to fall prey
of their tactics. And how we can do that from not happening is you Kenyans standing with us, Ethiopians standing with all other African countries by getting educated on what is going on, and then also influencing our individual countries. So in this case,
Peter, actually, but I'll give you actually 1 more minute, but we need to focus. Let me give you one question, if you could answer. The Abiy Ahmed Feldman came actually more than 2 times, as you know. He asked him actually to do exactly the same. Samantha Power actually came. She asked him. She didn't get even the chance actually to see him, but she passed on her request. They wrote this down, and they said so many times he's not flinching. He is siding actually his people rather than actually the. So are you saying that African leaders, because actually they are given the stick and carrot, they have to just fall into that?
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't fall. They shouldn't fall prey into that. That's what I'm saying. So if Kenyans can be informed, then they can influence their leaders. That's what I'm saying. So those Kenyans who are here, for example, if we spend more time educating them on what's going on the ground, the more they get informed, the more they know, and therefore they will inform, whether it is through their local medias, because Kenyans, the Kenyan president is primarily responsible to the Kenyan people, right? And if the Kenyan people know the situation better, like we know, so that, African solution to an African problem would only come about if we Africans understand what's going on in Africa as if we are one nation. So I know more about Ethiopia because I'm from Ethiopia. And Kenyans know better about Kenya because that's what they give attention to. I'm proud of the guys here who provided a platform 3 days ago, for instance, when situations unfolded in Somalia. What was the title? What's going on? We want to know. If we know better, then even when when US tries to interfere and we see where it is going, we would say, no, that's not how it should go. We know where their interest is. So we Africans, we need to understand the problems happening in the continent as if we are one. Then we influence our individual countries. So if the situation is going to be in some other country, in Africa, if I don't know, then I wouldn't know what the USA is doing to manipulate that country using their carrot and stick. So let's find what our carrots and sticks are. Probably a topic of discussion next time, and probably give a few more examples here.
Thank you.
Remember
Thank
what?
You
just what? Yeah, one. Yeah, 1 minute, Tessa. I'll wrap it up. When Trump said, the former president, bomb the dam. When he said Africans are shithole, sorry to use that word, he got away with it, right? We feel helpless. Why? When he said about that dam, Ethiopians, we never thought we have anything, to hold them accountable. Look at the George Floyd case, how that changed the movement. So if when, the presidents here do anything, we Africans pay attention and we unite, then we can be a voice. We can impact. So probably that is one of our sticks, rallying, holding them accountable, asking them for apologies, and probably influencing them through votes wherever we live. Those of us who live in America, by getting involved, campaigning at the grassroots level to bring a change, as Ethiopians have recently impacted, Virginia election and elsewhere. So let's get united. Let's understand the problems. Probably have a Kenyan present, issues in Kenya. So we know their problems as they do. The same thing, turn by turn, and then inform our local governments so they never get twisted to the arms of the Westerners. And probably a question to all of you. What is Feldman doing going to Egypt? For the situation in Tigray, in Amhara and Afar. Do we know Egypt to be a partner for Ethiopia? No, we consider Egypt enemy, and yet he goes there. So, and we don't
I
know
think
what
Peter,
happened.
I think we need to really really sum it up, and then we move on to the next one. You're absolutely right. I think Feldman, it's not only actually in Egypt, he went actually to Turkey requesting the Turkey's response. This is what I'm saying. Turkey's response was crystal clear. We can trade with Ethiopia. So long as Ethiopia wants actually to trade with us, nothing actually would deter us. That's actually the statue of a leader. Now, I think we need to really, yes, that they use, carrot and sticks policy. They have been actually using that. So the way how to respond. But for us, this is why we are having actually a strategic grassroots, movement. The grassroots movement is actually to say, like, look, proactively, we are not going to sell actually our voting papers here unless otherwise actually you just comply. So it is an incentive for these people to come. If not, that you punish them actually not physically, you punish them actually with your voting. So that's actually the way that we were organizing ourselves. I mean, Feltman has been actually to Ethiopia, to Sudan, to Egypt, to Turkey, you name it. Actually, he has been actually. So it's not just Feltman, but quite a lot of them actually have been going around, and Ethiopia has been actually an issue because now one thing actually that later on probably actually when I sum it up, I will bring up. Uh, because why are they concentrating on the Horn of Africa? It's not just simply the resources, particularly now, because we are doing something good. That you have to look at it that way. So there is something which is challenging because these African countries, the Prime Minister of Africa, Ethiopia, is saying, no, I'm not really being twisted. He said it crystal clear. I would rather die. That's publicly actually he said it. Formaggio actually said, I stand actually with my people. Isaias Afwerki, he has had that really very clearly set mind. After sanctions, he was not actually flinching. So when they see if Horn of Africa is coming together the way it is coming together, now it is a big threat for this Western hegemony. You have to understand it that way. It's not just simply coming for the resources. Yeah, without a shadow of doubt, the trade and the resources are crucially important. Don't forget, we are talking about the biggest trade route here. Why 16 of them actually gang up? Why actually in Djibouti, Germany, France, USA, United Kingdom, Russia, and then China in one small country, they are all actually clustered. There is a purpose for it. So we have to understand actually the bigger picture. Thank you, Peter, actually, for your contribution. Unity, absolutely, without a shadow of doubt. We have been talking about individually, they will kill us, take us one by one. But what they don't like is actually when we club together. This is what happened, in his inauguration. As you remember, actually, Prime Minister Abiy, he invited the president of Kenya, the president of Somalia, president of Djibouti, the president of South Sudan, and then they all actually came. So you've heard actually what they have said. So that was not actually palatable to the Western hegemony because look, they are all actually ganging up. So we have the right actually to form a formidable actually challenge to them. So thank you very much for your contribution. Again, I'll give actually three minutes to Yoni Malaku and then go straight to Obang. Just to hear actually his reflection on this subject. Yoni, I'll give you 3 minutes, then Malaku, 3 minutes, okay? You go actually, you can still actually back, so I will try to bring you up again. Right, Yoni, go
All
ahead.
right. Thank you, Tess. Like, I don't have much to say actually, but I would like to highlight on what Professor said because he passed a message. Maybe not all of us have noticed it. He's telling us, let's not get overwhelmed with this movement. We are in a very early stage of the movement. So what he's trying to say is that the road to victory or the road for the movement to the victory is far, but we have to stay united. So we have to know, at this moment, what he's trying to say is we can't really influence our policies or influence leaders. But what we have to do is, in a grassroots level, as you have just said it, we have to recruit or mobilize people as much as we could. So we really have to know where we are and how we could move forward and continue. Our priority is on mobilizing people than influencing or crafting a policy. That was my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are a little bit late, Yoni. That's actually exactly on the ground currently, actually working with that. Your input is very valuable. That's exactly what we are doing now to a grassroots level. It's not just simply a discussion here. It has already started, to be honest with you, and then it will go out actually to the majority. And as I think Karanja was earlier on saying, to those people who are not, constantly on Twitter, to the farmer, to the factory worker, to the middle class, to the poor, to the young, to the old, whoever, to the Christian, to the Muslim, that we are going to reach actually all this to make it happen. We are absolutely, we know that it's been written, there are the troubles ahead, there are problems, there is not an easy ride. This is a movement, we've said it time and time again, and then I'm glad actually Professor Ahmed also actually amplified exactly our notion. We are not full, we know actually, but that doesn't not really. She mentioned as well. Don't forget, I was a dreamer. You have to have a dream. You have to have a dream. If you're not having actually a dream, you can't get there. Some people are actually trying to discourage us. Oh, it's a pie in the sky. It's not a pie in the sky actually uniting Africa. So you have to have a dream, but after, you have to take the first step, the second step, and move on. Thank you, Yoni, actually for that. Malako, could you take a mic, please, for 3 minutes?
All right, thank you. I want to address first what Karanj said in terms of the AU. Dr. Arikana Chiambori Kwao and us here in the US had an organized African Diaspora Conference where we discussed the AFCFTA. This is back in 2019. We had people that were sponsoring us from the Afrexim Bank. We had Muchanga, who is the AU Trade and Industry Commissioner. We had several people that were coming over. Long story short, what happened was she ended up getting fired because she actually brought attention to what France was doing. So, and I say this to bring up the fact that while the Pan-African dream was supposed to stay alive and be progressive with the AU has been disempowered and it doesn't have that passion anymore. So we no longer have the same goal that AU was constructed under. So we have to move away from that and do what we need to do on our part. The second point I want to make is in regards to the current war. And I actually want to bring a different perspective because you have, Tess, you pinned up, it's the very first pin that you have. I really want everybody to go and take a look at that video. The next war we're fighting, which is the current war, and it's been a war that's been going on for a long time, is a war over water. The essence of the wars that we've had in East Africa, whether it's between Ethiopia and Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti, the past 50 years from Haile Selassie's time to present, the form has changed because you have different enemies. We have TPLF, OLA, ELF, you name them. But the essence is the same. The US and Egypt have had a very strong interest in ensuring that the dam is not built. And in order to ensure that, they have used OLA, the Ogaden group, to ensure that they do not organize in Ethiopia to the point where Ethiopia actually gets to build the dam. The struggle is over water, and the video is very clear about how they really do not want us to have that power because that would provide economic freedom, not just for Ethiopia and Eritrea and Somalia, but really all of East Africa. So our battles, we're talking about the small groups with TPLF is just a tool. They just don't know it, but they were used to ensure that Ethiopia does not progress in the manner that the US and Egypt does not like. Egyptians actually sat down in their government and said, hey, let's use OLA, there's struggle there. Let's use the ELF. Let's use the Ogaden conflict to ensure that we destabilize them, use our intelligence groups. And they didn't want to go into details about how they're going to do it. But the goal was to ensure that there is no stability in Ethiopia, and they use our divisions. And I'm going to end with this. A chain is only as strong as the weakest link. We've always had people that are African that are traitors, and it's because they're selfish and they're not looking out for the people. If we start thinking about one another and caring for one another, then we're not going to be bought. And what we need is leaders like Abiy or anyone else in Africa that says, you know what, I'm going to stand up for Africans. I'm going to stand up for my people, and I'm going to work towards building something that is beneficial for the people and forego their own personal gain. Because having their millions sitting in a Swiss bank account or in the Caymans only helps the West. Thank you for giving me this chance.
Thank you very much,
That's the mic.
Malako. As usual, actually, that's very meaty and then very sharp. Absolutely, with regard to the African Union, the points are actually all quite valid. You will be actually part of actually our team working together on this one, because you have got, it's just simply do a little bit of study, more study on that issue, and you can contribute actually a lot. I like your idea on AU particularly.
Hey,
And then
Tess.
having said that, I've got to, having said that, I would, okay. I would
Tess.
probably just slightly actually distracted. So, well,
Tess.
I need to, yeah, okay.
Can you hear me? I apologize. Could Malaku real quickly, like, and I won't talk at the end at all, and just give my minutes away to Malaku. Could she explain what's, because I'm getting DMs here. Just wanting understanding from your perspective why the dam is the U.S. or other Western conflicts or any of the other places there around wouldn't want the dam to be built, the water security. You were talking about it a little bit, just a little explanation, 1 minute if that's okay.
Okay, so the history actually goes back more than 50 years. The video that Tess has posted in this, I don't know what you call it, in that space up above, has a really good documentary that I would recommend for everyone. The issue is when Sudan built the dam to benefit their country, when Egypt built a dam using the water that is flowing from Ethiopia, and they provided electricity and development for their nations. The goal was to ensure that Ethiopia never does that. In fact, they've taken steps to even create negotiated contracts between themselves and Europe without including Ethiopia on how the Nile waters are going to be used. This is unacceptable. This is how we got into war in Adwa, when they created a contract, and in the Italian version of the contract said something completely different, like Ethiopia has to negotiate through Italy, when Ethiopia said, no, we don't negotiate through anybody, we're independent. It's the same thing here. They've got contracts that they've worked out for the use of the Nile waters, where Ethiopia is not a party to the contract, and yet they want us to adhere to that contract, which makes absolutely no sense, because we're trying to do, we're not even limiting the amount of water that's going into Sudan and Egypt. All we're doing is creating a dam that is going to catch the water as it comes from the rain, and then use that water to build electricity so that we can light up parts of Ethiopia that have never had electricity. We have 60% of our population with no electricity. That does not make sense. We can use this water for our own development, and they don't want that, because that's going to create an economic strength in the Horn of Africa, which the US and Europe do not want, because then we're not going to be as dependent on them. First thing that Trump did is he said, hey, well, if they're going to build the dam, go ahead and bomb it. Do you know that the TPLF, that was their green light to go ahead and attack the Northern Command? Because it was like a week later after Trump said that they went ahead and planned and went ahead and did the attack. So we have to remember that our enemies are using the few people within us that are willing to trade their independence and trade our independence for their personal benefit. I hope that explains it for you, Halle.
Absolutely. I think, Malak, you said it all. These are one of the stumbling blocks on our way. If we are actually expecting free ride without these people actually coming in, the traitors, Ethiopia, those of you actually who know Ethiopian history, what we call actually bandas, the traitors. When Turkey actually came, when Egypt actually came, not once, when the Darbush actually came, in all cases actually we have seen that the manifestation of traitors. As in our journey, definitely actually we will see more of them. They may come actually in different colors, but as far as actually the water is concerned, the 1902 agreement, they twisted it. But I'm glad actually that Menelik had it actually in a different context. Then there were actually two subsequent agreements without involving Ethiopia at all, because the apportionment between the Sudan and Egypt was it created actually some problem. So it was actually the colonial agreement, they call it. And then the very first time actually when Ethiopia asked about the dam that was using actually its water was a defiant to the colonial rule. You know what Boris Johnson actually said? Africa is in a mess. This is actually the current UK Prime Minister. He said Africa is in a mess because that they did away actually with colonization. That's it. I can show you. I sent it immediately. Actually, when I read that, I emailed him on, and then I did actually on the Facebook as well. So he says the mess is created because we have actually dealt with actually colonization. If there was a colonization, it's still actually Africa would have been, in his eyes, Africa would have been actually would have been in a better position. Is that what we take? To be honest with you, from a prime minister of United Kingdom, he insisted at the same time, he insisted that if the colonial rule would resist to apply, that would be good. So Ethiopia not having actually the use of its own water. By the way, the 60%, I always say that the 60% of people not having electricity is not is just the simplest yardstick. But what we lose actually in every single second in terms of economic benefit by using actually the grid has to be amplified. It's not just simply having the light. You see, the economic miracles. If you say the Turkish economic miracle, they call it, even the American economic miracle, they call it. They are all backed by actually hydroelectric power. So Ethiopian turning into a regional economic power without a shadow of doubt. Without a shadow of doubt. You can see actually the miraculous actually contribution to our GDP, and then that by itself, when you have the regional economic become a regional economic power, then automatically comes actually you will be militarily also the superpower. That's anathema to Egypt and the relationship actually with the United States of America and the rest of actually the Western countries. You have to think that way, because Egypt is the gateway to Arab countries, and then in fact actually having a better relationship with Israel, with Egypt. Why were they trying actually to do all this? Why were they trying actually to come up actually with the idea of normalization of relationship between the Sudan and in fact Israel? Why do you think? It is a big plot around actually the GERD. So you're absolutely right. Actually, we have to really deeply understand the intricacy of it. It's not only to denying us actually having electricity, it is way beyond that. I'll share you another video someone actually sent me, which is absolutely incredible. It's the Nubian, I could not say the second part of it, but I will share it with you. The Nubian treasure. It splits actually the east side of the Red Sea and the west side of the Red Sea. How much resources that we really don't know we have, and then why actually they are in the next 100 years they wanted actually to prey on it. So lots of resources actually that brought actually this into picture. It's not just simply the TPLF and war in here. Thank you very much for your contribution, Malako, and I'll give actually the mic to Obang, and then the rest of you are still here. After Obang, Hugo, and I see Salam, and then we will hear from you. Obang, the mic's yours.
Thank you, Brother Tess, and Haile, and Granjas, and Malaku, and Peters, and to all of those people that who had listened to when I came in.
I think that in all most of the people who are here, I could see most of us are Ethiopian, and I'm glad that we are talking about these issues. One thing I want to remind all of you guys: if it was easy to organize the peoples as African, it would have been done long time ago. So it's not easy, leave alone organizing the East Africa or own Africa or East Africa in the whole continent. Even within us as a countries, there has been attempts for many, many years not to allow Ethiopians to organize themselves, to unify themselves, be self-reliant. These go back to many, many years. So for Ethiopia, until today, we're talking about our dam, we are not using it yet. Even from the beginning, there's many people who did not want to see it, but it has happened. If you look at it in historically, Haile Selassie actually pretty much that gave up. People were thinking the best route to build a dam was to get the aid money from West and foreigners. And those foreigners, building a dam is not in their interest. So that's why literally Haile Selassie kind of say that one day then the Ethiopian would be able to build it. If you look at the Ethiopian money currents, the dam is there. Back even at Haile's lifetime. And then when the Dergi came, and then now. So it's not easy what I'm trying to say. It's not only the dam alone either. The biggest problem here is not Nile water at all, it's the Red Sea. A Red Sea is a lifeblood of economy of the West and the other worlds. And definite, those people would like to keep the Red Sea easy so they can do and get away without paying any tax or anything. So my point here is, as we are talking about this, the reason why we did not succeed to have a stronger institution countries is not because of us alone, but because of also that outsider contribution. The outsider contribution don't want a stronger, united Ethiopia. They want a weak Ethiopian, divided Ethiopian, tribal Ethiopians. And they have done it. And actually they succeeded it. The same thing that the people that who colonized Africa for the resource, they still want a divided Africa, weak Africa, conflict-ridden Africas. And they're still doing it today. So for you guys to come up and say that we thinking you're talking about the West hegemony, no, who are you dealing with? You are dealing with the giant, the most corrupted group or institution in the world. People that who their lifeline, their bloodline, their survival is actually the resource of Africa. What hearing what they what you guys are talking about, if some of these Western corporation and governments group heard it, some of them will not sleep because you are denying them what we call in Ethiopia danger. So if it was done, if it was easy, could it be done a long time ago? So what I'm trying to say, it is not easy. Peter was, talking about this earlier. And then also that sister was speaking about it earlier as well. It is not easy. We live in a world today, the weaker you are economically, the easier it is for you to be controlled. Look at the example of Ethiopia. Why the West keep pushing and saying that Ethiopia is unsafe to live in Addis? pack your bag, go out now. And they repeat it again and again and again. Why? Because they scared the tourists to come from Ethiopia, from coming to Ethiopia. By not coming to Ethiopia, then there will not be the money. Ethiopia will be, weakened economically. So they didn't really do it intentionally, knowing that. Look at it that, I am less likely, an Ethiopian is less likely to be shot with a gun in Addis than Detroit in some place in San Francisco and some Western American cities. And these people are making these Ethiopians as a hotbed wherever you go there, you're going to get shot. It's not safe to be in Ethiopia. Why? It's just to traumatize, to tell the people not to come. And who will be heading Ethiopia who's struggling economically? It is an economy. So making Ethiopia a place that people are scared of, then the best, the people, the tourism will not come. Ethiopian will not have the currency that they need. Eventually, a weak economy, people will rise up and they will overthrow their own government, or people will come to the point saying that this government is not good. It is intentionally well done. So the Western hegemony is not an easy thing. They have looked and seen African Union, and they paralyzed the African Unions. African Union is stunted, like something who cannot grow anymore, because they don't find a mean of resource to find the money. Like you were saying that it was a Thomas Sankara who said that whoever feed you control you. Whoever pay your office, your building, your salary, your security, your health care, your road, that person control you. The West, these groups, they control us. Even they build African Union. Someone for you to come and build a building for you, there's no free lunch. So these groups did not come to Africa because they love African that much. If we think of that, we are fool. They are not coming to Africa because of that. They are not coming to Ethiopia because of it. They really care about Ethiopia. So now there's a group of peoples in this room who are talking and saying that, you know what, we cannot live like this. I'm glad that people like Brother Granger, he's saying that, you know what, I'm not a Kenyan first. I'm a human and I'm Ethiopian, African first. And then I'm also that Ethiopian, I'm also that, Ghanaian and Nigerian. Where we have more group like Brother Granger from every other. And I say this before, for us, coming to this space and talk is good, but let us organize. One thing make the Western advance more than us is organization. And our organization, when we talk about the unity of Africa, not really the population numbers and coming together. We cannot fit in one place. We don't have the stadium to fit in. Our organization is delegating responsibility. Making sure that action result-oriented organization. Today we are into this, we are 70 people. How many of these 70 people are really willing to commit more than coming here and speaking? Can we find another Tess or Malako or Granger or Aile or Bekele? Can we find those one in Senegal, in Cameroon, in Congo, in Uganda, in Scotland, and making those guys living up to this? Do we have that? Are we finding those right now as we speak? The only way we can be able to be more listened to is not like mobilizing a grassroots. A grassroots has to be, based on individuals that can do the work. Do we have people In some of these countries, our goal should be like that. Every day, we should have something to be accomplished. Achievable goal, something that's simple. Let's make it that, okay, today is Thursday. On Thursday, we met. On Thursday, next Thursday, a week from today, how many African countries that we has found? Aile, Tas, Bekele, Krenja, whoever that is, how many can we find? Our target. Let's put that target to test. How many countries did we cover? What's our goals? And those countries, then once we know that, then we know that, okay, we have 20 countries out of 54, or we have 30 countries out of 54, or we have 40 countries. Then you know that there you have there. What we are up to here is that it's a union of the people, not a union of the politicians. Unity is not easy. In Ethiopia, we are not even a people of a country. The law makes us be a tribe, a whole bunch of tribes living in one place. Leave alone that a group of people who their constitution say we, the nation, nationality, and a tribe, thinking about unifying Africa as whole. As I say, you cannot become a national leaders if you are a tribal leaders. You cannot be able to say that you are a Pan-African leaders if you are a tribal leaders. So it's not a simple thing. We are going after finding a union of a human being who has been abused for so long, who has been dehumanized for so long, who have been deprived their dignity, who have been pushed not to use the wealth that they're having. We are walking on oil. We are bath, taking a bath in America. We have this thing, milk, mar. We have been pushed not to use the resources that we have. And the only way to regain it. Look at Central America. You got that they said, Banana Republic. Central America at one time was really the ground for these European and these Western. Today, because those guys can't reclaim their dignity. Every continent, every place, they have an institution. European Union is a giant. Not only they're enforced in NATO. The Asian institution for them. Even the Arab League have their own. But not just names. There's a power behind it. But in Africa, we just have the name. And there's no power behind it. Economically, it's weak. Mentally weak. Even to the point that it's not capable of defending itself, leave alone defending others. So most of you I'm talking to you is as an Ethiopian. Sometimes I really feel that African Union did not become more effective because we as people of Africa, we as people of Ethiopia has failed. Ethiopia has led the continents. Ethiopia has led the black peoples, whether you like it or not. When the black were told you are less, you are indicated, you are savages, you don't have a cultures, we can come and conquer you, Ethiopian stood up to it. Adwa didn't say, no. We are worthy. We are not any less than any human being. No, we are not more than any human being. We are all equal. Ethiopian by then fought. And when the Italian come, they have sons, they have guns, they have technology. But Ethiopian had more than those. The confidence, the self-love, the respect, the dignity above all the humanity. And they defeated them. Ethiopia has led. Since Menelik time, Ethiopia has never really come back to that. Haile Selassie trying to pick it up. As a result of his work, we have African Union. Since Haile Selassie, died, after he died, we did not recover. Our vision died with him. A vision of having a great Africa, the speech that he gave. When did we have a leader who are leader of a peoples? Mengistu Mariam has the golden opportunity to create an Ethiopia that his children and grandchildren will live in. He failed to do it. And then we have a tribal gentleman who doesn't know what it means to be a human, and he died without not even knowing that what purpose of being a human being, Mr. Mallas. Killing Ethiopian like a cattle. Brainwashing an Ethiopian, and some of those tribe Ethiopian drunk the personality that he gave them, identity he gave them. Until today they are celebrating that their language and their culture, who they are, is what the TPLF has given them. We even lost the road. We failed to lead. The continent look up to us. What have we offered? Well, leave alone offering something to the continent. We couldn't even offer anything to ourselves. We have created, some savages among ourselves who doesn't know what it means to be a human being, and killing their own fellow people because they call them that you come from somewhere else. We have created a society, a youth full of hatred. How can we think of really building Africans? That work in all against us. The Western hegemony, yes, the leader that who could stand up is weak, is divided. The headquarters, the capital city of Africa, it is the capital city of the tribe of Africans. We, the tribe, nation, nationality, people is butch, whether we like it or not. We fail to lead. Africa look up to us. We didn't deliver. Whether you call Bosanjo come in, whether you call it someone else, those guys were looking. People keep saying that Ethiopia is the mother of Africa. Our mother is being sick. Our mother is wounded. Our mother is disrespected. Disrespect in a way that even people like Namalas, when they were alive, they used to call Agaritwa. Like someone calling like his mother like a prostitute. That lady. The mother of not only Ethiopia, the mother of Africa, the mother of black peoples, the cradle of human beings, were abused by the people who are ruling it. Agaritwa, like someone calling his mother Setiwa. So for you, Ethiopia, you have a responsibility. God has given you this responsibility, but we cannot. And this is why it's not by simple as putting in a Bible that Ethiopian will raise their hand to God. Our hand has been put down to tribe, not to God. And this then become really afraid. If you look at it, Ethiopia were more feared, more respected during Haile Selassie time than today. We were at one time, as we living even some of these things that when we were living before in Ethiopia and Eritrea, and if we had continued that to be as today, 200 million human beings. 200. Knowledge, courage, technology, self-love, self-dignity, 200 million. Where would we be today? Some of those guys want us to divide our brothers and sisters. People who have to intermarry, we live for years. They're telling us that we don't have anything in common. They told us that we are not the same people. They told us that our culture is this, and make us and divide our brothers and sisters so that they can thrive, so that they can continue to steal the resource from us. So it's not an easy thing. This is a whole intentionally. What you are doing is not easy. There are people out there who will hear like a like what I'm saying, hearing my voice, they will have a like a chill on the back. Like, man, why? Who are these people? Who are they? Where did they come from? A human being, you look at it that, people are selfish, man. The selfishness is there. And so for us, when we are talking about the Western hegemony, not only the Western, Eastern, you call it Middle Eastern, wherever you call it Russian, nothing. No one will come to Africa for the better. Ethiopia is full of these NGOs. Like, for example, in Gambia is one of the most richest and one of the most part. And you go to the airport, you see World Food Programs, you see these, hunger, to hinder hungers, all of these NGOs, as if they are there to care for these people. So these are the people that they come in different sources. They come in the name of NGOs. They come in the name of religions. They come in the name of politica. They come in the name of saying that equality. They come in the name of birth controls. They come in the name of whatever you call it. And we think that for us, come on. Seni marro ko kagwara le mandi kafil kalay no kanenyi sa wajita marnen. Alama chu gola chu agenda chu Allah. Inyagin baka we've been giving a little thing now yet sakarnen baber maninet. Like what I said, if you are an Ethiopian, you think that, oh, my tribe, but you are giving those Western outside that Amadocha to hit another Ethiopian at the head. And at the end of the day, you are nothing. So the way to do this, as I was saying, if we are up to these things, it is not only for us to talk, but for us to do the work. An institution, to build an institution of the people, by the people, an institution of a human being, of Africans, of the Black peoples, and above all, human beings. There are a decent human being of a Chinese descent or a white person or Portuguese or whatever that is, who really have the same feeling as us. Those who know their humanity are our brothers and sisters. We can work with them. It is the evil, the one that who are manipulating. One has to remain as a beggar forever. As we have some Ethiopians who are toxic and drunk with ethnicity and thinking that Ethiopia did not exist, Ethiopia is not a culture, their culture become, their dignity must make them speak their language, their culture. Those guys are no different than someone who wanting to make Ethiopian brother kill his brother who's an Eritrean, or Ethiopian kill his brother who's a Tigrayan, or Ethiopian kill his brother because he's an Amara. Those guys are no different than those. Organization, organization, organization. Delegation, delegation. You have to delegate. It is not only a talk issues. Come up with achievable goals. Those goals are simple. For a month, in 1 month, how many people are we going to recruit from all over the continent? And we connect those people. We connect the dots. I told you when I was here before, there were 17 people from 17 countries. If you look at it now, like brother was saying earlier that the British guy said Africa is in a mess. He's celebrating because he's wanting it to be in a mess. Look at it today. We have a problem in Sudan. Ethiopia war by itself. And it had been not reached to Eritrea, and Ethiopia would have been war with Ethiopia, would have been war with Eritrea and with itself. Somalia is in a mess. Some of the people are saying that stop an election, American telling them. You've seen an American running around, like we were talking about, telling Kenya. The issue of Ethiopia, you should intervene. Come on. Ethiopia now, they have a leader as a country, they can make their own decision. You don't have to run around telling other people about other people's. You don't yield running Ethiopian running to other places. Oh, America, George Bush screwed up. The man is dumb. And this thing that you don't see that the man is dumb to the point that wanting to, ransack his country and then order the people to, to rally and overthrow his country. You didn't see an African leader going around telling America what's good for them. They're going around holding it, going to Egypt, going to Kenya, and all of these things saying that. But that is their problem. But it is our problem. Organization. Again, you fellow Ethiopian brother, I'm not discarding the other, I'm not ignoring other African. The continent's looking up to you. The blood of those Africans that who are being wasted are crying out to you. The dignity of the black people that we're looking for to get it, even those who are taken as descendants of slaves, they are looking after you. You have led before. You have delivered it before. And you still can do it. The continent of Africa did not come here out of accidents. African Union buildings, even though it is a building that with no vision in decision made in it, it did not come to Addis by mistake. It came to Addis because of vision, visionary leaders. The Iowa deal did not go in the history books. It was written in history book because it was a real, the Ethiopian of that time know their dignity, know their humanity. It's not by coincidence, not by accidents. There are some people that who will never, that victory, they will never accept it. That victory, humiliation for them, is shame for them. There's many people who like to celebrate seeing Ethiopia disintegrate into really small countries when the world is coming one. My fellow Ethiopian brothers, the black peoples are looking up to you. Eat, to show the way, to teach them, to love themselves, to respect themselves, to care for themselves, and to care for others. You have a responsibility. Like your grandfather have done it, you can do it, but only not as a tribal groups, not these narrow-minded, the law of the land we have today. A tribal is a poison, will destroy us. It's destroying us from within. Joining an ethnicity at the beginning is very sweet, as I said before. In the Carmela Tapatal, Ustusigabagin, Marzino. Ask the TPLF groups. Carmela Chu, in the tough, how it was sweet before. Today, ask them. It hit them from within. And there's still some of they today who are eating that the same Carmela, thinking that they will join the but no. It's only when you create a system that conducive to all the citizens of the country would you thrive. You can thrive in saying that the majority will struggle to survive, but it's not lasting. So Africa need us Ethiopian, and we need Africans. But organize, give a responsibility. Like us, Haile, Kranja, all of you guys in here, you are a leader. I'm not looking for other leaders. It's not Abiy Ahmed that I'm looking for. It's not Kenyatta that I'm looking for. It is you guys that I'm looking up to you. Brother Bekele, anyone who was in here, you are the leaders. Look at that sister Malako that was when she was speaking earlier. Articulate, brilliant. Our woman has lead. Queen Taito stood up on the side of a man to show that, you know what? A woman is no less than a man. A man is no more than a woman. Our woman has led. They have lived up to it. They are showing it. It's not exaggeration. Our women, our backbones, they are not only our women, they are our mothers. The mother of our future generations, our sisters, our partners. We need to incorporate them into this and work with them. So I just wanted to say that to all of you, brother and sister, it is not a little thing that you are up to here. You are challenging a giant. a powerful corporation, a powerful government like the US, a powerful group like China, a powerful government like Russia. You are not dealing with a little group. You are dealing with huge people, but you cannot do it without organization. You cannot do it not being sophisticated. But it can be done. I told you before. Jew at one point, their humanity was taken away from them. They were put in oven like a pizza. And they say that no, not ever again. We will reclaim our dignity and we will be made, we will do whatever we can by our own work to be respected abroad. It was not American to make this Jew to be respected. The Jew stood up for what is right for themselves today, not only respected, they are feared. And they control some of those Western groups who have yesterday took away their humanity. We can reclaim our humanity because it's not anyone who gave it to us. It's only God that created that, who gave us our dignity, who gave us our humanity. And it is at the palm of our hand if we use our mind and our heart and our soul wisely. And if we organize, what we are lacking is organization. Organize, delegate, and then do the work. And making sure that we are not doing it for ourselves. We are doing it for our children. We are doing it because we love ourselves. We are doing it because God the Creator make us to live up to the fully. So we are the one who can clean all this mess. We are the one who can go move this darkness and put ourselves in the light so the next generation can carry on. So pass the baton, but organize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Obank. As usual, your Jim, to have in this space continuously, very moving, organized. I'll be reporting, in fact, as you know, what's going on actually behind the screen. I'm so delighted actually that we have the critical mass actually to start our next step toward this actually organization. If we don't organize, we will fail, because the task is absolutely mammoth. All African, there are some other countries from Africa have not been actually represented yet. We will stretch our hands actually to include them. But tomorrow at 11 o'clock, actually, we have our own meetings. Clearly, actually, the connecting the dots is the next step. Privately, actually, whatever actually we had, the discussions that we have had so far is bearing actually fruit. But you're absolutely right. What we are doing here is to reclaim our dignity, and then it is the right thing actually to do. If I would like actually to be remembered when I die, remember me actually with what a little thing actually that I have contributed towards this noble cause of, in fact, working for Africa and in emancipating. As an Ethiopian, I'm proud. As an African, I'm even more prouder. So, our brother Obang, to have you here, it is always actually is up for us. Someone actually speaks our heart, our minds, and the rest of it. If we just shut up and then, sit down, you have spoken actually out of your heart. Ubuntu. And the other thing is actually that we had Professor Ahmed, for those of you who come late, the historical perspective that he has explained was absolutely tremendous. He will be actually with us as well. Professor Ahmed is a retired academician of Addis Ababa University, but also actually he is part of, in fact, the Peace and Reconciliation, one of the elders. I mean, an unesteemed place actually to be envied. So speakers like that, having the academic caliber, but also, in fact, having actually the integrity, like our brother Obang, those of you who have known him for years, during the 27 years of darkness in Ethiopia. When he was abroad, I could always actually, see him, in a distance, albeit standing actually firm for human race. Now actually leading us to the solidarity movement and based on actually principles of humanity. It's humanity comes first. If you don't see actually people as humans to start with, we have lost actually the whole game. And if we are putting ourselves in pigeonholes of ethnicity or clans in some respect, I think we have lost that dignity willingly. But we are trying to reclaim what has been actually taken of us. And our brother Obang, you have always been actually, an inspiration for us. It's glad to see you too, and actually what's being actually done actually behind the screen too. Now, I have actually a speaker, a Gunny. Gunny is in fact an American. He hosts spaces. Gunny, I don't know what to expect this stage, but I'm really glad actually to bring you up. The mic is yours, Gunny. Gunny, are you listening? Are you there? Okay. You don't seem to. Right. Okay. I'll give the mic to ABE. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Haile? Can you show me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Right. Okay. ABE is not there either. So I think Gunny's probably actually connections that he has left. So One Ethiopia.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I really like to thank the host, the co-host, Tess Haile. As always, Obang. If there is Obang, there is humanity. And nice speaker, really, Karanj. Everybody participating over here to change this world. So what I'm saying is, to change this world really hard. If you see the people try to change the world, try to lift up the oppressed one, they always in the not the comfortable place. Let's see Mandela. Mandela, he was in the prison while he was struggle and make a voice for those who oppressed. So our way is not easy. Yes, we have to know this one. We have long way to go. We have to be organized, as Obang and others you said. We have to be organized, make our voice listen. So we have to contribute. This is what I'm saying. Our struggle is not gonna be easy to lift up. The other thing is when I to say is on AU. AU has a problem. It wasn't. Is not the place. Is not supposed to be. Our ancestors, our forefathers created the AU, and they sacrificed themselves to create it. But the way it stands right now is not the place. Is not the place it's supposed to be. How we change it? We have to change it time to step by step. If the Horn of Africa wake up, and the other African brothers, the West, the South, the North, wake up. That's how we change this big organization. So we don't want to be dismantle it. We have to reshape it. We have to reshape it. How we reshape it? Like I say, if the Horn of Africa wake up, every African wake up, and their leaders wake up and stand by the people, that's how we change it. The other thing is I'm trying to use my time. The other thing is when the Western, any other nation open the way, let's not flow in that way. If it is useful, let's use it, but create alternative. Now let's see AGOA. AGOA created by the Westerns for the purpose, probably it's mutual purpose, but we stick on AGOA not to create another way. So when they shut off, we shut off. So when they open the way, when we use it, when depend on it, one time if you don't go in their way, they will close it. So
use the way they open it and open alternative way too. Let's not depend on them. Let's not depend on their aid. Aid is like HIV. Aid is like AIDS. That's my idea. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak on this space. I really admire the host, everybody participating here. Let's move. Let's put more struggle on it. Thank you.
The whole room went quiet. Anybody hear me
I'm
there?
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
We had Obang to speak, and I think the previous speaker spoke there. And Jaime, are you there? Do you know who was next?
I know. I think it's who to give actually to Salam P. And then before
And then
I give
Ahmed.
to Salam and then Ahmed. Yeah. Ahmed.
Ahmed.
Yeah.
X is
Ahmed.
spelled as an H. Ahmed.
Okay.
As in
Ahmed.
Mahdi.
Yeah. I heard him actually yesterday. So let me read this one. I'm really absolutely forced actually to read this one. Jet Twitter actually sent me a very important. Well, let me see. Yeah, I think I need to read out for all of you. It reads like this: many African countries have reverted to their tribal identities, and many political and religious leaders are continuously exploiting tribal loyalty to advance personal wealth and political gain. Tribalism has become a subconscious tool to keep people within artificial borders. I am not saying unity within Africans is not possible, but the plausibility of bringing 54 states together where majority of the countries are sitting on tribalistic mine shafts that can explode at any given minute is a recipe for disaster. Tribalism has made it difficult to mobilize unity, and the sooner we realize that tribes do not build a democratic advancement, the sooner the dreams and the teaching of Julius Nyerere and then Muhammad al-Gaddafi will be realized and implemented. We in Africa have no more need of being converted, quote unquote, to socialism than we have of being taught, quote unquote, democracy. Both are rooted in our past, in the tradition society which produces us. It's quoted from Julius Nyerere, the late. Tribalism, a deterrent to African unity. An opinion piece by Tabiso Malpisi, Pretoria, South Africa. And I felt actually that I should read that out to all of you. The spectrum now we have actually at this particular juncture is tribalism on one side, and then you have actually Pan-Africanism on the other hand. There is a clear tug of war for us to unite and move forward to take up 1.3 million Africans together is actually a Pan-Africanism has no option. But the tribal forces are actually taking us. TPLF is one of them. And those actually who are working, we heard it actually from our brother Ahmed Ali from Somali. They even want us actually to go to the clannish route, not even ethnic based, but clannish route. So we're going to have actually thousands of, clans actually in Africa. But what we are saying is rather go to the other direction, which is Pan-Africanism, which will yield economic prosperity, advancement, respect for ourselves, and then we can challenge, in fact, if we organize that way, we can challenge the Western hegemony. We can challenge the Eastern hegemony. Only and only when we really 1.3 African people come together. There is no alternative. The tug of war between tribalism and then on the one hand, and then Pan-Africanism on the other hand is actually setting, it's on the fire. Now, where do you stand? This is it. An individual pledge, an individual position. If you consider yourself as a leader, come and join us actually in our, African Renaissance movement, which is actually in line with the No More movement. We're working actually together to get there. But to be honest with you, every time that we started actually going the Pan-Africanism way, there are obstacles which we expect because it all comes without a doubt from the tribal, spectrum. So where are you, brothers and sisters? Ask yourself, where do you commit? It's not a one-day pledge per se. Consistently and persistently, we have to be there to make sure that there is no alternative. If we want actually to take Africa from the situation it is finding itself, yes, I totally agree with our brother Obang. As Ethiopians, we have to take the lead. And Karanj always actually says, you have to really show the way. It's not because that we were not just, we were not colonized per se, but also actually we have that blood. And nobody is going to tell us. So in some respect, this is shamefully. They say actually Ethiopians don't even consider themselves as Ethiopians. If Ethiopians cannot really consider themselves as Ethiopian, who else can? Who else can? To be honest with you, we have been tested, and then that's been actually proved. We are Africans and Africans through and through. But we work actually with our brothers, Somalian brothers, Sudanese brothers, you name it. Ugandan, Kenyan, Zimbabwean, Gambia, Zaire, South African, Nigeria, all of them are actually part of, already actually committed themselves to work with us. So that's just another, another qualitatively different movement that we are going to go into. Thank you very much. And then that written, aspect quotation that your Twitter actually sent me, I thought I should share it with you and read it out loud. Thank you very much. And Salam P, the mic is yours. And next to that, Ahmed.
Hi, everybody. How's everyone? It's a very constructive conversation. Thank you for having me. Again, I want to go back and highlight the importance of Africa in the next 20 to 50 years, and especially the Horn of Africa. When I think we have been in different spaces from the point that Tessu raised, Ethiopia being questioned if we're Ethiopians being questioned if we are Africans at all, or we stand for African interest, etc., or why we should stand with Ethiopia for no more movement, etc. I just want to pose this question, and I keep posing it, hoping to ignite some light to the problem. Fact remains, Africa is going to be the biggest consumer market because of the population demographic statistics, the population. We have the youngest population, which in terms of labor is going to be very resourceful, and as well as any country, China, like for dumping its products. Any competing power wants to have that consumer market. So let's not forget, Africa will be a point of interest, because just like China was, Africa is going to be the biggest and the largest consumer market. And another major thing is resource-wise. We keep saying Africa is richest in resource. Not only that, I think some of the speakers before me started talking. In 2015, it's believed the biggest resource contention is going to be water. So I want to bring your attention why Egypt is so important to the world, why everyone is trying to align or has a backing. Egypt has a backing. I've said this in other spaces as well. It's good to know the story of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is a canal that connected the Red Sea with the Mediterranean Sea. And that, if you go back in history, it had a lot of war. Like Egypt was in war with different countries, including Israel, over that resource. Egypt has sunk ship to block Suez Canal usage in order to make sure its superiority in controlling that pipe. And that pipe today is the biggest important canal in the world because it's the shortest path connecting Asia with America. So about $1 trillion annual transaction is exchanged through that tunnel. Come to push, what happens is it's about interest. I mean, we've said this, what evergreen ship being stuck for a week has a $1 billion loss to the world. Just one week. Now, with Nile, our greatest dam being built, what it means for downstream countries is it's believed that when we build the dam, Ethiopia will have control over the power of Nile, which we contribute 56% of its flow, but we never were beneficiaries of that. Now, being an agriculture-dependent country, we are not allowed to irrigate from it. We're not allowed to do any power generation from the Nile. Now, Ethiopia is changing that. That's not just it. We have also the Juba-Sheba river that lines between Ethiopia and Sudan border. That also is a point of conflict. Point being taken, history after history, whenever you have a resource, instead of coming into agreement and utilizing, West, East, you name it, comes to intervene. Why? Because while we are in internal conflict turmoil, be it mineral exploitation, be it resource utilization, or be it free trade exchange, everybody else benefits but Africa. Now, all we have to ask is every time they say this tribe is superior to this tribe, this country is superior to this country, or this is superior to that, what we need to remember is we should not be focusing on our differences. We should always focus on our commonalities, our common benefits that brings us together, that brings us powerful. Especially in the Horn of Africa, there is a lot of rhetoric going on. Horn of Africa is not Ethiopia. Horn of Africa is this and that. And people of Sheba are not Africans. That's rhetoric. That's designed to divide and conquer. Now, let me pose a question to you so you could answer it to yourself. What would happen if Ethiopia become self-sustainable and provide self-food reliance? What would happen? All these aid agencies that are going to create internal havoc. Mind you, if USAID is not providing safety net today, people are not getting their daily food, internal havoc is to follow because people are not getting fed, and they will eventually go against their internal government. That is by design. Whenever there is an embargo, sanction, like the sanction that the US put in Ethiopia, we ultimately should think of that as a winning factor, because that means our people have to work for themselves. We have to work for ourselves. We have to create means to feed our people. So we look for solution internally. That is self-reliance. So we should instead have that mentality, or we should also educate our people. We have to unlearn this aid-based economics. That has to be unlearned from Africa. We have to be self-reliant. So if we're able to produce our own resources and rely on ourselves, we can say, no, we don't need aid. And remember, with each aid comes a significant restriction, like farmer subsidy, like the way you finance your loan. All that is gone. So we will be deciding on how to grow our own internal financing motor for our farmers, which will be the backbone of the country. Even though we are agriculture based, we're not growing because there are so many restrictions that come with the World Bank loan that we take. So when we talk about resources being the biggest restriction, we need to remember how especially the Horn of Africa will become the most critical trade route, and Africa in general will become the most sought out resource country. Remember what Gaddafi said, I have enough gold to feed you for 50 years. But this, the World Bank or the Eastern didn't like that because the clearinghouse or the way it works is not per the system. It doesn't give them control. So Africa being out of that control or that hold is not needed. So we have to remember, whenever we're talking about being united, whenever we're thinking about creating a clearance house for Africa, whenever we're talking about Africa exchanging goods with each other, this is just the start. The war would begin.
Salam. Could you wrap it up? Thank you. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
The war will begin as we lay foundations. Every little step really matters today. Backing our political appointees and making them accountable to the citizens, fearing the citizen more than they fear the Westerns, comes with a hand if we can help them secure foreign currency. And the diasporas can play also a great role. So every little thing that we put really matters. So remember, we need to educate ourselves about the importance of Africa and the importance of the resources we hold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salami. As usual, especially on the economic and marketing front, how we as Africans actually can organize ourselves, given actually the size of the population, 1.43 billion Africans, plus if we can generate enough income, population size, plus the rise in income would mean actually a greater demand actually for our goods and services. Once we have that, we will have actually an economic muscle that the rest is actually that every single one of the issues that we are talking about, to be honest with you, will be dealt with. When we will be able to use our cobalt for us to produce smartphones rather than actually buying it, we will refine our oils in our own land in Africa and exchange it. So gold will not go anywhere else. Actually, gold will be actually sold within. Particularly in agricultural societies, what they used to be called Kiflhager, part of Ethiopians, can alone feed the entire 120 million population, and then in fact be able actually to export wheat. I tell you, that's all. You don't need actually the rest of the Ethiopian country, even actually to farm. But we're still importing. Why should we import actually wheat from other countries? So we should be focusing on this. That's what I call last time. I should told you an import substitution strategy that we have to really adopt very quickly. And then Somalia would have actually a relative, absolute or comparative advantage in other stuff we can exchange, and the free border. Earlier on, our brother Ahmed Ali was actually talking about it. Once you have actually that free border in terms of trade, you don't have actually the transaction costs involving actually different currencies. That facilitates economic growth actually can happen. That sometimes actually when people tell you, "Oh, how can this happen?" Someone earlier on, yesterday's discussion, he was saying that we have actually religious differences and then we cannot have actually economic integration. For heaven's sake. There are people actually who are entwined with, intoxicated with this tribalism. They cannot even see actually beyond actually that tribalism, and then trying actually to bring in actually religious aspect to it. So, for that economic muscle, if we want it, if we are united, to be honest with you, we can have it. And then don't tell me actually it will take 20 years and 40 years. No, it won't. It won't, to be honest with you. So, thank you very much, Salam, for your contribution. Ahmed, my brother, go ahead.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. I'm just here to say East Africa alone can feed and can give natural gas, oil to all of Africa. We have everything. We don't need the Arabs. Because Arabs, when you look at it, they are the problem behind Somalia. They don't want Somalia to move forward. Somalia has a natural gas, oil, all of it. And so when you combine Somalia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia, basically we have everything. We don't need anybody. We don't need China. We don't need US. We don't need UK. And right now we have a bit situation in Somalia. And UK Minister of Africa, I never heard Minister of Africa. How come we don't have a Minister of United States from Africa or a Minister from Africa to UK? What is this? This is, I never heard of it. And they basically trying to give, and Roble is trying to turn the PMs to side with him so they can do coup, take over the country, so they can use that base to still empower terrorists and basically give a power to TBL from there in Somalia. I don't want that happening. I want you guys to push that and Twitter tweet so they can see it. I want Roble to see that tweet so he can back off from the UK, what the UK told him basically. Somehow, I don't know why they're afraid. These guys they just want money to their pocket. They are selling their own country. I have no idea how low these guys can go, but this is not good. This is not good for Somalia. This is not good for East Africa alone. So I have to stand up, and you guys can help me spread that words. It's shocking right now. I'm shaking how things are going. It's bad. How can they side with the Westerns? I mean, this is not good. They basically trying to put pressure on Framacho so he can step down, basically, and say, you know what, I'm gone. But he's not gonna step down. We're gonna push this and say, Roble, you gotta come clean because you're already corrupt. How can you be the president sacked you already? You're not even working for the country. How can you talk to the Minister of Africa from UK? That's and he's trying the PM is to vote for him, basically side with him so he can do the coup. And that's not good. This guy's not good at all. And I just want to say, you guys push it. Please help us. We're one. And do not listen to those people that's tribal minds. I'll be honest with you. Do not listen to those people. They are way low IQ. I'll be honest. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Brother Ahmed. I'm in the UK. And then DM me actually any sources, facts that we will approach actually our MSPs, MPs, and MAEPs as much as we can to reach out. The kind of like one Maverick, he's not actually in a position to make a big difference, but he does have actually quite a big audience in Scotland and then in England. I'll contact him, and then that's George Galloway. But probably actually he would be a great help, to be honest with you, in this. And there are other MPs, my MP as well, to make sure that actually they they know what's going on, to take a different. So please actually do that. And the rest of you, it's not just me. The rest of you here, if you are from the UK, it doesn't matter. If you are actually from the US and in Ethiopia, make sure actually that this is our cause. It's not actually the Somali cause. Today, the Somali people have the right actually to elect, and then when and how, that should be left actually for the Somalian people. This is absolutely regime change strategy. UK works hand in hand actually with the US actually to dismantle it, to destabilize the Horn of Africa. Now they have actually a base, as you all know. Last time I did ask actually in Kenya, and in fact they have in Djibouti as well. So why do they need actually to have all this? And they are working actually with the intelligence system in Kenya. I think some chilling reality. I don't know how we can proceed with that anyway, but at least for the time being, now the voice of the voiceless Somali people, it is up to them how to decide and who to choose, who to lead them. So we'll definitely be actually on your side. Out is here, but he can't speak, I'm sure, but he would be delighted actually to take this and then in fact to do
I just want to ask Yes, I just want to ask you guys if you guys can retweet that so it can reach the PM and he can back off. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, brother. And then I think we need to give the mic to those people who are speakers now, and then we need to really wind up and end it after everybody actually speaks here. But I can't see actually any hands. So in that respect, Twitter or Haile, if you can identify actually who was first here, and we take it that way. I think that some of them have already spoken, but you can still give them actually to Ahmed. Is that you? Is that you, or you want to wait? You can still wait. Benson, you had actually a chance before. If you want actually to say, I'll give you 2 minutes. Benson, please come on, and the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. I have been listening to you and to everyone who has spoken. Basically, I think we are on the right path in connecting really what happened in the past and what would be the way forward. So it's very encouraging and warming to hear many people participating from all walks of lives and also trying to understand what Africa is facing. A while ago, you just mentioned the problem in Rwanda, in the Great Lakes region, combining Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda. Then it extends to Ethiopia, the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, and others, actually even Sudan. Earlier I said that many people, if you really read what happened in 1994 in Rwanda and who are actors, who were actors back then, and what they are doing, when you compare that situation to the current situation in Ethiopia and what is coming out as information, really what happened in Rwanda back in 1994 and the narrative of genocide, you will see there is a similarities. You guys who are in from the Horn of Africa, you know the WHO director, he's a friend of Kagame. I do believe he's from Tigray. And for him to get to access and campaign all around across Africa, he was using jets that belong to President Kagame. And the narrative in Ethiopia, we see today saying like genocide, genocide, genocide. Many people, either from Europe, from America, they know this narrative. When you see people used on African continent, many of those are serving the West interest. They don't have regular Africans at their heart. They will kill, they will fabricate, they will use resources, they corrupt those low-minded people, and they will get to what they want on Africa. So let's continue trying to fight and at the same time also say no more to all these ethnic low values to what we are and what we should be and what we should look forward and going forward. And what kind of legacy should we leave to our children? Should we leave them buried in this ethnicity? Or should we start telling them what really happened, what is Africa, and how Africa became to be? Imagine they decided what Africa should be without Africans. Why should we continue? I want to end here. Keep up the fight. Africa is worth fighting for. Let's unite. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benson. Absolutely. A luta continua is worth fight. Great, your contribution as always. On one aspect, I think I need to debunk actually this disinformation, particularly by TPLF and the supporters. And in fact, there's the Western hegemony. They're talking about genocide. There was, as you know, United Nations Human Rights Council in collaboration with the Ethiopian Human Rights Council, they conducted an investigation, and there was a report, the joint report. Clearly, actually, there was no case actually to answer with regards to genocide, and if there was any genocide, my brother, and I have to inform the rest of you probably actually not knowing, I don't want you to blindly support Ethiopia, but with fact and the truth. Since that report was released from June 2021 till now, the Ethiopian army left, as you know, actually was declaring unilateral ceasefire. So the TPLF was actually murdering, massacring people in Amhara and Afar regions. So if there is any genocide, and we know for sure actually in China, Gashena, and Dase, Kombolcha, you name it actually, without even counting actually the Makadra massacre and Galinkomo and in Afar, these are all committed by TPLF themselves. Yes, it was genocide because they said it crystal clear. They'll go to hell. They'll go to hell, even to hell actually, to with vengeance. So they did exactly what they did. The leftover, if you see it in the videos and the rest of it, it is absolutely actually the saddest time of actually in the Ethiopian history. Even the Italians, when they came here, they didn't do that much. They didn't. These are actually destructive forces killing, but also actually blaming now on genocide, which didn't exist. If there was any genocide, purposely, actually, the definition of a genocide is actually going after actually a particular race or ethnic group or religious group, for that matter, deliberately to exterminate them. That's exactly, they said it in their words. Getachew Redda has said it crystal clear, and then they followed in the pursuit. You're absolutely right to mention Theodore Adhanom, who has bloods in his hands as the Minister of Health in Ethiopia, who worked tirelessly. In fact, actually, particularly in the Amhara region, to depopulate actually that deliberately, and it's to our surprise that he was actually re-elected again. I don't have any, thing to say about Kagame, who is actually working actually with him. If that's actually is the right way actually for him to do, but to be honest with you, we can still actually raise that issue. Thank you very much for your input. It's just simply to debunk the false narrative by TPLF of a genocide. They will come up actually with something else later on. I'm going to give actually the mic to right hand man. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, whatever your time zone is. Now, the strangling foot stamp, Western foot stamp on the Horn of Africa. What is this problem, and where is this problem coming from? This problem is coming from dependence upon the West through aid. It's Africans not being united and not standing together. If you look at the trade between Africans, it's virtually zero. Yes, we do have cross-border trade, but it is limited. There is no rail network cross-border. There are no significant motorways or highways cross borders. If you look at the European continent, you can travel from Finland to Italy within a day or two by car or by train without even catching a plane. Now, if you look at the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is next to Ethiopia, maybe you have Uganda and so forth in the middle. This is the 6th or 7th largest forest in the world, but we choose to import our wood. In Somalia, for example, we choose to import it from China. We choose to import it from Asia. Why? Because we have no pan-African, cooperation here. Is it because of the infrastructure? Is it because of our leaders? So forth and so forth. That's another discussion. But our issue is dependence upon the West, dependence which they have forced upon us through colonialism, etc., and so forth. If I come back to the Somalian problem, which Ahmed spoke on about, and Tez, kindly said that he would speak to one of the MPs, George Galloway. If you could please do so, and Ahmed, please follow up and give him any information that you can. I know George Galloway is a very outspoken individual who is very passionate about these type of affairs. The Somali problem that we have today is that the president of Somalia, the president who is in charge of the military constitutionally, who is in charge of the country, has suspended the prime minister, from his role due to corruption charges. Now, what has happened is America has sided with the prime minister because he is corrupt. They have sided with the prime minister, and they are pressuring the president into giving in. The president is not giving in. The president, for the last 4 or 5 years, has done unremarkable things in Somalia that no previous president has done. And Somalia is, coming back stronger than ever before. So this is the story at the moment in Somalia. We are going to elections, and these elections, there is great interference from Western powers, and this is what we are, trying to stop. The Ethiopian issue, we understand that, TPLF was not happy with the current administration, even though the current administration was doing so well and so good. We have the same issue in Somalia where, corrupt individuals are thriving, while the president is doing so well, but they are not happy that he's doing well for the country, that he does not accept corruption. So this is the story of Somalia, and please, use the hashtag no more, use the hashtag hands off Somalia, and let African people be aware of each other. Let them, build awareness together, and let them stand together, and let them create a strong Africa which stands together and which is free of dependency upon the West. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we need to let actually the Somali people to make a decision, not the Americans or the United Kingdom, to choose actually their own puppet government actually in there. Whether we support Formaggio or not is another matter, but the democratic process of that country, the will of the Somali people actually has to be really respected. So they are the double standard of the West. They talk about actually democracy. What kind of democracy are they talking about? So even if the people make a mistake, they should leave it actually to the people of Somali people, or the Ethiopian people for that matter. So we know for sure Formaggio stands hand in hand with Abiy, and that could be actually one of the reasons. Isaias Afwerki did exactly the same. That could be another reason for the revisit of actually attacking Eritrea too. So these people, I think we need to really rally around these leaders who are standing firm against actually this Western hegemony. Now we should give them much respect they deserve, to be honest with you. So I am not just simply blindly supporting Formaggio, but he stood, and then I have heard actually time and time again, he stood firm actually, he stood with his people. Now, that's what they don't like you. When you stood with your people, they don't like you. And then they come actually in droves, attacking you, one United Kingdom, United States of America, and then they go and just organize other meetings in United Nations Security Council. You are a threat to their interests. They go through United Nations human rights, all sorts of things. Now we know the tricks, but we need to remain, united. One thing I will read out for you, and then I will give mic to our brother actually Enoch. This is it. The African has cast its vote in March 2018 for a better trade with itself. hasn't actually materialized yet. African countries signed a landmark trade agreement that's in March 2018, the African Continent Free Trade Area Agreement, which commits countries to remove tariffs on 90% of goods, progressively liberalize trade in services, and address a host of other non-tariff barriers. If successfully, I just want you to, if successfully implemented, the agreement will create a single African market of over 1 billion consumers, that's 1.3 billion, a total GDP, that's gross domestic product, of over 3 trillion dollars. This will make Africa the largest free trade area in the world. Now, can we not work? If there is an agreement already by African nations at the grassroots level, can we not push for this actually to happen? We're not really reinventing the wheel. We are not asking them actually to do something different, but to work on this 90% of tariffs to trade between Africa, to make the African free trade area the largest, in fact, with $3 trillion, gross domestic product. How is that? That's actually a great achievement. We should really work towards that. Having said that, I'll give the mic actually to Enoch. Enoch, you've got your 3 minutes, please, brother. Go ahead. I think you're stuck there.
I see him going in and out, but I don't think he has a stable connection here.
Okay.
Can you hear us? No.
Okay, your Twitter. Can I give actually just 2 minutes to each one of them actually, and then give Obang as well actually some time, and Haile and yourself actually will go through actually your observations. In the meantime, Haile should do actually his normal job in terms of telling us about the announcements and the rest of it. He's very efficient in doing that. But you should also actually share with us actually your reflection, because you have been here actually from the word go. First of all, shall we give actually the mic to One Ethiopia for 2 minutes? I think you spoke earlier on. One Ethiopia.
Yes, I did spoke. Is there anybody who want to take this advantage? I mean, if anybody would have a chance.
Just for you to say the final word.
The final word I'm saying is like when you say about the inter-trade relationship between Africa, it should be great. Yeah, it will be great. And if we inter-trade among African countries, we shouldn't have to import anything. We can be self-sufficient, and we can be anything, because our generation is really very young generation. We're gonna be self-sufficient. We have to cut the aid. Like I say, the aid should be cut out. It's not gonna be today or tomorrow. While we are on it, we have to find alternative. So thank you for this space. Really give me a chance to contribute my idea and learn from others. As we brothers and sisters, we really learn each other. We contribute to this toward this forum, and I will see Africa in different place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, One Ethiopia. Yes, we have learned from you too. That's actually the space is all about, but contribution at an individual level with action, and especially in terms of organizing this movement, you also have to take actually some responsibility, as we all take. Thank you. And Malaku, Sister Malaku, just go ahead. Mic is yours. Your final words.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to what Brother Obang said, because it's important that we focus on our humanity. I know Ethiopians are very proud in saying we have never been colonized, but I believe that we have mentally been colonized, as most Africans have been. And that's why we've bought into the tribalism and the divisions that are superficial, because Africans are not familiar with borders. Those are European concepts that have created what we are looking at in Ethiopia currently. So we need to go back to our humanity and understand that we have to shake the yoke of mental colonization, which means we need to get rid of Western values. The borders that we've fought over, the borders that we're fighting with, Sudan, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, that shouldn't happen. Those are not natural for us. We need to understand that prior to the Berlin Conference, we operated like human beings going across borders, and nobody cared because there were no borders. The AFCFTA is created and designed so that our trade, our travel, even one passport for all Africans, so that we don't have to get a visa to go to Ghana or to go to Nigeria. We can just go like the Europeans do in the EU. I also want to make a comment about the genocide mentioned. Anytime you see the TPLF yelling and screaming like the genocide, it's because they've committed those acts. Every time they're screaming about things that are being done by the Ethiopian government, 99% of the time, it's because they themselves have done that. And they are turning it around and putting somebody else to blame. Because the reality is, under the 27 years of the TPLF rule, we've had genocide against the Amhara, genocide against the Oromo, genocide against the Anuak, and many people, equal opportunity killing by the TPLF has taken place. And specifically genocide because they've targeted people based on their ethnic background. Also, Brother Obang mentioned that we have to be organized as Africans, not just on ethnic basis, but we need to recognize each other and try to work together. AFCFTA is one step towards that move. I believe it was Kwame Ture that said organization is the weapon of the oppressed. I think in America he's known as Stokely Carmichael. But when he became mentally conscious and recognized the oppressors were the ones that were controlling his mind and his behavior, he changed his name to Kwame Ture to recognize and accept his Africanness. And that's what we need to do. We need to get rid of the mental blockage, the mental chains that we have brought on by education. Yes, we're going to Western universities. So guess what? Our battles are stronger because we have to go and fight and learn our history, learn our own traditions, and get rid of the Western mind that we are uncivilized. Africans are savage. Africans are barbarians. All the trauma that we have endured for many, many years with Western education, we have to overcome that. And I'm going to leave you with the last conclusion, which is correlation doesn't necessarily mean that it's a causation. Okay, so just because in Ethiopia we have a large population and the target, I think Salam earlier spoke about how we're going to be the largest consumers, Africans in general, but the Ethiopian population from the time the TPLF got in to present day has doubled, more than doubled. The Ethiopian population has become the second largest in Africa and is continuing to grow. Now, if anyone remembers back in 2001, when 9/11 occurred, we knew that bin Laden was not in Iraq, but we went ahead and attacked Iraq. Has anyone ever asked why that was happening? At the time in the Middle East, Iraq had the largest growth in population, and they were going to become a threat to the US and Israel ultimately. So the attack was orchestrated using false narratives, just like how they're doing in Ethiopia right now. And it was intended to, one, the growth is obviously going to go down because they're going to dismantle the infrastructure. What did TPLF do? They went in, dismantled the infrastructure in the Amhara and Afar region. So now we have to go back into rebuilding. They've taken us back hundreds of years because now we have to start using our resources to rebuild what was already there because it was destroyed. This is very similar to what happened to Iraq when we went in and destroyed basically every infrastructure to where they didn't even have clean water. So how are they going to populate at that point? And it does naturally reduce the population. It's kind of Malthusian, but that's what we're left with. So keep in mind, our enemies are not each other. Our enemies are people who do not want us to prosper. We have to be able to put aside our individualistic thoughts and our tribalistic ideologies and recognize that we united can always win. But if we're separated because of these fake borders that they put in, we will lose. Thank you for giving me the mic. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Malaka's sister. That's great. Malthusian theory. For the economists, this is not just a new idea. When population actually grows, on exponential rate, raise the GDP, whatever actually you produce on a normal growth rate. They always actually projected population outstrips. For those of you, outstrips the growth of GDP. Therefore, what they're trying to do is actually reduce or depopulate. That was their answer, to be honest with you. And then I think you reminded me to go back and then, in fact, to link Bill Gates with the Theodore Adhanom. He's a very close friend. Unapologetically, Bill Gates is actually always talking about reduction in population as a solution, and he is a very great friend of a very close friend of Adhanom. The two of them actually work together. Adhanom doesn't even have actually the audacity. He has actually his child and one of these photographs. How many of mothers, actually Amara mothers, were aborting, or even actually before actually they start? He played actually that depopulation. These people don't have any moral compass. And then depopulating Africa. If you go back, actually, the Western, how they depopulated Africa, the very first time was during the triangular slave trade. Because they have taken actually the young and the ablest the first time, and then if you go and have a look at actually African population, that was the time it really dipped. And the Ethiopian Amhara population, why uniquely in that particular time? You have to really ask this big question. So depopulation as a means of not only actually reducing in terms of vis-a-vis the GDP, but also, the growth in that population is a threat. A threat, as you quite rightly actually put it, to this Western hegemony. So people have to take that into account as well. We didn't want actually to go deeper, but Malthusian theory coming actually reappearing in the 21st century. Thank you very much for your input again, sister. We're going actually to Obang. Obang, actually, the last words, please. Is Obang there? Can you listen me? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much, and really, thank you to all of you guys, and especially sister. It's very inspiring what you say. What you say, you just articulated exactly what's going on, and that's what I mean. That we have a leaders. Imagine if we are the leaders like you, in our country in the last 27 years, where would we be? We waste 27 years. Really, to me, it's a wasted years. But now I'm glad that, we are talking about even the free trade of Africa. It is actually crazy when you think about it, a continent of, over 1 billion human beings, and we still don't have a free trade agreement where the rest of the world is, moving that ahead. And I'm glad that you guys are here talking about this. It is long overdue. And, and I'm really, to me, it is very encouraging to hear from you guys, like listening from brothers from Somalia, the way you're really articulating. And then I think that this is about time. We are coming to the point of saying that no, we cannot tolerate this, not anymore. And I think this is the time to tell those peoples. And I was saying that we are not doing it for them. We are doing it for ourselves. And that the sister was saying that, Saddam were killed in the name of looking for a nuclear weapon until he died. Even until today, there was never been a nuclear weapons. And then the brother Halia who say that, the Rwanda was genocide. So they're preparing the mind for it. And when it comes, it's already there. And then you see that even this Western, what's going on in Ethiopia, the pressure on Ethiopia in the last 2 months is unbelievable by this Western group, and saying that the government of Ethiopia is gonna collapse. They are outside artists. You named it, and the World Food Program, more than 100 or 200 truck go there, and then none of them, very few come back. They carry, they show like they care. Well, Ethiopia, if you don't allow food to get access to the poor people in Tigray region, where while the Ethiopian and Amara region and Afar region were denied by the TPLF, denied to get food and and access to medication and all of this. So these people really has never been about Ethiopia. It's never been about Africa. It is about themselves. And themselves that which is they actually make the politician. They paralyze them. They block them. They hold them hostage. And our politician in African Union and other African politicians become really helpless. They cannot do anything. And that's where I think that, like the coming up of you guys and people like this, it is about time. It's long overdue. It's a good thing. This is really exactly the only way to go to rescue our people and save our people and reclaim what was ours, and taken away from us. So I think that I want to say to all of you guys, yeah, this is a place, a message that you go anywhere in this part of the continent, people will buy it. Like really, it's embarrassing that we don't have, a free trade agreement where we can easily. There are things that we cannot find in Ethiopia and in Somalia. There are things that we can find it, in Eritrea, but we can find in Ethiopia. There are things that the Eritrean can find. They can find all of these things. Even if you look at it, in terms of tourism itself, I'm not talking about the Western coming here. Eritrea has some of the best, beautiful beaches. We don't even use them. In Somalia also that have the most beautiful white sandy beaches. We're not even using that. And then the fish, the pirate, this guy used the Somalian when they were not a real effective government to take the fish and dump their waste in there. It is just really, it's just a crime. But now it's not too late. And that's why we are here talking about this. And so that's why I say earlier that we don't have the time. Now achievable goals is the way to go. Delegating people's the way to go. Assign people's. You can find a leader, we have it in our language, where people like Sister Malako, she's a leader, that an individual that need to be delegated, giving responsibility right there. Every one of you guys, if you've seen to those who are who are organizing, keep that in mind. Notice. You can tell people by the way they articulate, they present their issues. Assign those people. These are the leaders that we are looking for. Can guide us, can teach us, can show us. So when you find someone like that, don't let them go. Hold them. That's what it is. Let them, lead us. There are many of these people that who I know come from this. And all of you are leaders. But to those who are hosting this, like I'm telling you before I repeat it, like Kranja and all of you guys in this place, you are leaders. Delegate this responsibility. Give a timetables. We need to be accomplished by this. We need to do this by this. Even set the goal like by the end of this is now we are New Year after tomorrow. Within the next year, maybe we should even to make it visible, have a conference. You take this to the levels that have a conference in a bigger university. Even if that is come to make a whole, host a meeting in Addis. If you can find an hotel or even go to African Union, talk about this, have one, you can make it in 4 corners of the continent. East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, North Africa. You taking this to the next level from the space of this, to the continent. To delegate, set timetables, give responsibility, come with the short term, mid-term, long-term goal. So that all I think that, like there are things that are achievable. There are things that we can do right now, not tomorrow. right now. And then when tomorrow come, so let's build on to that. Like the brother was saying earlier that from Somalia, please, tweeted this. Here is a corrupt man, the president push him, and now American siding with him. What the hell is American doing in telling the Somalian who is good for them? When Donald Trump was there, and he was just an embarrassment to the world, there's no one telling them that. So I think, like brother was saying, they tweet that. Yes, we can tweet that. Let's pass that and share other people. Education is a key. Let's do this. And even if it is like this, I know that there is a group. Make sure that people are accessible by email. If you have some idea, sometimes people live by inspiring. You inspire other people. Let inspire each other. Let reach out to others. Even come up with goals that those who are professors at the schools or working at school, reach out to those kids in the school. There are so many bright young Africans who are looking for a way out. The continent is not poor, guys. We are walking on a oil. We are walking on a resource, and these guys are using it. So I think that, you, all of you, the leader that who have put this together, thank you to all of you, Tess, Ailim, and all of you who are in here listening to my voice. All I have to say that definite, my hope is not the politician or African politician of running the country today. My hope is in the African peoples, and especially the conscious African peoples, the awakened one, not the sleeping one. We have so many people who are sleeping and they don't know. There are also that who know and they don't want. Like in America, trying to tell someone who's sleeping to wake up, wake up, wake up, they will never wake up because they were not sleeping at the first place. But there are those who are awake. You are awake. And make sure that you continue to make those who are sleeping, to let them know that time is too short. Wake up. It is your job. There's many people who want Africa to remain sleeping forever. There's many of them who want us to be beggar forever. There's many of them who don't want us to be educated. There's many of them who want us to work abroad, brain drained, so they can rob us, they can take our resource. Those who are sleeping, it is you who can wake up. Those who cannot see, it is you who can make them see. So I repeat it again, as I said, that the only way we can bring a result is by taking action, by organizing, taking action, delegating, organizing, speaking, engaging, mobilizing. And if we put all those together, definite that we can be a powerful force not to reckon with. The power is within us. Multiply it, carry it on. Thank you to you all.
Thank you very much, brother. Obang, what would you say? I mean, successfully delivered as usual. But we have been actually working on this organization, which you are actually part of, as you know. I think I'm really pleased actually to say it wasn't actually easy, first of all, to identify people because we have to go around and then find people not from all over Africa, because the project has to be owned by all. Otherwise, it wouldn't make actually sense. The background work has taken quite a time, but I think we have now 45 selected people in this project. Tomorrow, we will have a voice chat on Telegram. What I said this morning is, just let me read it out actually for you. Beautiful Africans, welcome to the African Renaissance Grassroots Leaders Group. I've now got well over the critical mass needed. It was actually yesterday, I think. I said, I'll organize a voice chat and we should not waste any more time. The initial focus
Ramsey, Haile, I think Tess dropped, guys.
Yeah,
you two are a bit quiet.
If it was my I was wondering if that was my connection. Anyways, we can go on, and I think he'll be back soon. If Ahmed wants to go ahead and take over, you may. Haile, earlier he said that he had to do something, and he'll be back in a few minutes. I think Obank had made all the statements. I see people dropping in there as well. Mike off, and I would have less comments after Ahmed.
Well, thank you. I haven't raised my hand, but yeah, I was just trying to summarize. Yeah, I've been very quiet all day because I had to do another project also for, one of our, movements elsewhere, US side. So yeah, it's been taking me all day long, but I've been listening to the whole conversation. I think most of you summed it up, and Obang also said it well. Although when you're saying Obang, it's like, especially when you're saying it's so eloquently, I was almost falling asleep. It's like, because like a lullaby, you just like smoothly tell it. Perhaps it's the experience of as a journalist that you can really articulate your words. And I was really, it's like, oh, in a different world, not hearing like noises or people when they say, you have to think, but you just put them straight. So it's wonderful to hear you sometimes talking like that. And I must be also tired at the same time. Well, for the last 10 days, I've been at home, locked up, taking a holiday. But